Yeah.
Good
Yeah, I just
morning.
have too many things.
Throw it out.
Done.
Good morning, everyone. You can see we're all having fun already this morning.
Oh,
I'm Senator Julie Kushner, co-chair of the Labor and Public Employees Committee, and I'm happy to convene this meeting today, Thursday, March 23rd, of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. And this will potentially be our last meeting to take action on bills that are coming out of the Labor Committee. So it's good to have everyone here today. I am going to take a very brief moment of recess, and then we'll get to opening comments in just 1 minute. All right, we're back on the record again. Thank you for your patience and indulgence. We will start the agenda with remarks by the chairs. So I'll ask my good co-chair from the House. Would you like to make any comment?
No, thank you.
How about,
Want to thank the staff.
I'm going to do that.
Okay.
Senator Sampson.
Well said.
Let's get to work.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, we're ready to start with item number 1 on the agenda. That's Senate Bill number 489, an act limiting the days an employer can mandate an employee to work. And that is JF to the floor. Is there a motion?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Representative Ackert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And listen, last thing I want to see is people being overworked, overstressed, and the quality of life be diminished through a mandate through work. But I do have some reservations on this, mainly because, you know, in my other committee that I'm in, we deal with our utilities. And our utilities, you know, we have major catastrophes in the state that are, you know, and are demanded to get our power back on as we yell and scream at the utility trucks that go by and when you're going to get my power back on. And we penalize them companies if they don't meet certain guidelines and certain dates of completion. So that's my first concern on that area, whether it's Eversource or United Illuminating. And then also, I know our municipalities also had made some comments on this legislation, also saying, you know, if it's a snowstorm, work, whatever it may be, and it's not that long ago that we can remember some of these instances. So how do you see this playing out, that situation playing out in this legislation, Madam Chair?
Thank you for that question, Representative Ackert. I do believe that you make a good case that people want their lights back on, and that would be an emergency situation. So I think if that becomes a concern, something we could probably address as this bill makes its way through the legislature.
And that would also be municipalities / plowing, whatever it may be, would be part of that. There's along with that part of that emergency response, correct?
I believe if there are necessary exemptions made for emergency situations that you've described, certainly I would be thinking that most of us in the legislature would be willing to entertain discussions around that and see if we can work through it and make sure it works for the public.
That's all I have for right now. I'll let someone else say. Thank you.
Representative Weir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just think of the pandemic that we have come out of, and I know in my own business, we had people who were, you know, out, they contracted COVID, non-emergency status. They were out for, well, I guess the quarantine and all that whole process changed, but it was anywhere from 5 days to 14 days, maybe more. And the rest of us, those who were behind, had to pick up that additional workload. And we still had products to deliver, jobs to deliver, customers to satisfy. So I'm concerned. I think the existing law as it is, which quite frankly was new to me, that was a learning experience for me to learn that there is a limit on consecutive days, but to further grind that down and put another burden on an employer or in that matter, if fellow coworkers who were stepping up to help their fellow coworkers. I observed that many times in my business where, you know, we sacrificed to help those either somebody who had COVID or who was home caring for somebody with COVID. And sometimes those were consecutive. One person got it, the next person got it. And so we remember that nightmare that we're coming out of. And so I think this only taking action on this, pushing this further and making it even more punitive and dialing it in a little bit more than it already exists, to include the language of consecutive days, you know, really doesn't take into account. You know, I agree with Representative Ackert on the emergencies, plowing, agriculture for that matter. I mean, there's rain days and then you make hay while the sun shines. That's the old adage. And but in this case, we putting emergencies aside and deadlines aside, you've got, we just came out of a pandemic and that was very unpredictable. So I'm concerned with that. I can't support this with its current language. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Weir. Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and good morning. Just listening to my colleagues here, the first thing I would say is that I agree with both of their comments. Specifically, that I was also unaware that this is current law. The restriction on 6 days in a calendar week, which would be changed to 6 consecutive days in this particular proposal. And I guess it's a good opportunity to revisit the entire concept and the underlying statute that we're modifying, because I think for me, everything hinges on the word compel. In section 1, subsection A, it says no employer shall compel any employee engaged, et cetera, to work more than 6 consecutive days if this becomes law. And I guess I'm going to ask you for a definition, but just to preview that, I think the fact of the matter is we don't have the ability to, an employer doesn't have an ability to compel an employee to do anything. We've talked about this many, many times, that we have at-will employment. We don't have indentured servitude or slavery in the state of Connecticut. If you want to work and you want your job, the employer and employee have to agree to the terms of that employment. And I think that when this legislature steps across into that agreement, the freedom of choice of those two parties to come up with their own resolution for what their relationship will be, we're going too far. And the reason why I didn't know that this was already in the law, and I think a lot of other people don't, and maybe being violated all over the place for all we know, because I don't think the average person on the street would even conceive of the idea that the legislature is going to dictate these types of terms to employers and employees. So can I just have a definition of the word compel here? What does that mean? Compel, if I look it up in the dictionary, it says force. But I don't think that's what's actually going on. So I'd love your interpretation, Madam Chairman.
Well, this is existing law in the state of Connecticut. So I have to believe that the drafters of the original statutes knew what was intended, and it's been interpreted, I'm sure, in many instances by the Department of Labor. So I'm sure there's a clear interpretation of what that means. But I would say that I think followed by the next paragraph, it's where it says any employee who believes that such discharge was in violation of subsection A. I do believe that we're talking about you can't force an employee to work that and then take action in discharging them should they refuse to work more than what's in statute. So I think that DOL probably has, hopefully they'll have more wage and hour inspectors to handle these kinds of cases based on the legislation we're passing in this committee. But I think it would be their responsibility to interpret that, and I'm sure they have done that many times in the past.
Well, I appreciate the response, Madam Chairman, but again, it doesn't really help me understand what's going on. And if we're going to modify this, as you described, existing statute, I think we ought to understand the other language in the bill. And we should have definitely dug deeper into what this actually means. My concern really is if you're talking about a situation where an employer suddenly shows up and says, to an employee who's traditionally works 5 days a week or something like that, well, I need you to work for the next 2 weeks straight. It's completely out of the ordinary. That might be a different situation. Again, I still wouldn't call that compelling, but nonetheless, that's different from someone, saying from the very outset that a job requirement might include working for some period of time straight. Representative Weir said, you make hay when the sun shines. And I'm just thinking about industries, farming, for instance, where, you may not, be at full tilt in your job every day, but there are certain periods where things happen. I mean, what if you're an astronaut, I mean, you're in space, sorry, you can't go home on the weekend. The fact of the matter is there are industries that require work to continue beyond 6 consecutive days. And if employers are in those industries, they're going to have that expectation of their employees. So my question, I guess, would be, would an employer who is saying that, you work, 5 days a week, most of the year, but there is a period of time where we're super busy, tax season, maybe a situation at a tax preparer's office. I'm just thinking of things. Would they be in violation if they warned an employee that there is going to be an expectation at some point in the future that they need to work more than the 6 consecutive days as this bill would require? Would that be a violation of compel, I guess, would be my question.
I believe that compelling an employee to work more than 6 days in a calendar work week could not be done by an employer, even if they gave notice previously. I think the language is clear here that you can't force an employee to do that. I do think there's a lot behind this. I think it's about, well, I'll get to my comments after you finish your questions. I apologize. Go ahead.
Thank you. And I appreciate that. Yeah, no, and I appreciate your opinion. I disagree with it. And the fact of the matter is, it sounds like you're deciding for other people. What if I want to work for an employer that has these requirements? What if I want to be a tax preparer and I want the opportunity to work for 3 weeks straight in April because I want to be able to save up money for a vacation or for a new car or who knows what? Are you suggesting that this would prohibit that activity from occurring because the employer could not schedule me that way and therefore compel me to work those hours?
Thank you, Senator, for that question. I think the law is clear that you can't force an employee to work for more than 6 days consecutively in a pay period now, and this would change that. But I think that it's been very clear that you cannot fire someone for that offense if they say they aren't willing to do that. So I don't think there's a prohibition if an employee agrees with their employee and wants to work that schedule. I don't think that exists under current law, and I don't think this would write into, there's no new language here that would change what currently exists, other than to say you can't compel an employee to work back to back 6 days in a row, so making it 12 days.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And I appreciate your answers. I know you said it's very clear several times, but it's obviously not very clear to me because I'm really not understanding. And I don't know if I want to keep asking the same question over and over again. But I will try one more time, which is, suppose I go to work for a tax preparer's business. And, I start my employment in November and it's quiet season. And my employer tells me at the time that I'm hired, right now things are quiet. We can, we'll have a 5-day work week and, et cetera, et cetera. But when we get to March and April, we're going to have a flood of business and we have to get it done because, our clients will be counting on us to do so. And that person agrees to those terms. And then later on down the road, when it gets to be April 13th, that employee would be able to suggest that they're not going to work those hours because of this statute. And the business says, well, then I'm going to let you go because I counted on you for this period of time and you chose not to. Would that be actionable under this bill? Would that employee be able to make such a claim, and would that employer be in violation in those circumstances? Madam Chairman.
Under this bill, an employee could refuse to work a 7th, 8th, or 9th, or 10th, or 11th, or 12th consecutive day, and that would be actionable under this language, as it would be today if they refuse to do 6 consecutive days in a pay period. Refuse to do more than 6 consecutive days in a pay period.
right, well, I appreciate the response and thank you for that clarification. And that tells me that this is absolutely not a good bill at this point. I can completely understand us trying to put some parameters in place to prevent a toxic working environment or creating something that is truly compelling or forced, but it's reached over beyond compelling to now interfering with voluntary activity. I remember when I was a teenager, I used to try and get every hour I could at work. I mean, I worked every day because I was saving up because I wanted a car. I needed to have money to take out the girlfriend on the weekend. I needed to make money. I wanted to go to work and make money because I wanted to advance myself. And you're suggesting that somehow, even if I'm agreeing to that, there is a chance down the road that activity could be deemed as a violation of this policy. I'm not going to ask the question, but even just reading down to the section C, which I know is existing law. What a terrible existing law. I got to look this thing up and see when this actually happened to begin with. But it says any person who violates any provision of this section shall be fined not more than $200. Does that mean we're going to fine both the employer and possibly the employee for violating that because someone wants to work beyond the requirements that were originally stated? Or even if they were originally stated and one party doesn't want to live up to their previous commitment? It's staggering to me. And it's symbolic of a lot of the things that we talked about earlier this week and are also on this agenda, where the government works for the people, not the other way around. We're not supposed to be up here telling other people how to live and what agreements they can make. And that's what this bill does. It tells other people, free people, and they cease to be free when we tell them and we compel them what they can and cannot do, Madam Chairman. So I understand this bill may come from a place of saying, oh, we want to protect people by not compelling them. But the fact of the matter is, you're the one compelling people right here by passing laws that tell people they can't engage in activity that they choose to.
Thank you, Senator Sampson. Representative Hughes.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to reiterate that this doesn't prohibit the reading of the plain language, people from working extra hours, making more money if they want to. But in this work environment where there's such staff shortages, we need to do something to protect workers from being compelled that we're here. They're begging us for some relief, especially nurses and other frontline workers. It is not safe to compel folks to work, beyond 7 days and without 11 hours of relief in between. It is not safe. And in this climate with such worker shortages, companies are unfortunately doing what they have to do to staff their, facilities. And I understand that, but this is a really critical worker protection at a critical time when we are experiencing those shortages, and it does not prohibit people from taking on extra hours or working extra days if they so choose. Thank you.
Any further questions? Representative Weir.
I have a couple things, but Representative, this question through you, Madam Chair, is just a clarification for Representative Hughes. You mentioned the 11 hours of relief in between. Can you just elaborate on more on that? Because I didn't see that anywhere in this bill.
I think I can respond to that if that's permitted. That is not in this bill. The 11 hours, I think, was just merely an example of when workers might need relief, but it is not contained within this legislation, this proposed legislation.
So I would, through you, Madam Chair, I was just talking about the climate of the workforce shortage right now. Thank you.
Okay, so Madam Chair, so it's my understanding that when we talk about 6 consecutive days and now, refusal to work more than 6 consecutive days, we're not proposing that they're going to work 6 24-hour days. We're proposing 6 calendar days, consecutive days. And I mean, there's no assumption in here for rest, but I'm assuming that people have the opportunity to go home, get rested, come back, be safe. We're just talking there's no number of hours listed in here. It's just calendar days. Am I reading that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. And touching on, I know we talked earlier, I don't know if it was Representative Ackert or Senator Sampson, we addressed the topic of emergencies and Senator Kushner, if I recall, you mentioned giving that some consideration as we move forward, just to talk about the power outages and maybe plowing. But I think part of that discussion, I guess really defining what an emergency is would be pretty important for me to know, because I could say that, okay, everybody looks at a superstorm Sandy or an Irene, and we remember that that's an emergency. But if we talk about our snow plowing events where you may have a 1 to 3 inch snowfall that lasts over a period of time and freezing and refreezing, and our DOT trucks are out there, I can see where you maybe have a storm, which we may not, the governor may not inactivate the emergency center, but it's, it's a routine snowstorm, and a couple of those stacked up one another, could put people on the roads, meaning the state employees, sanding, salting, consecutive days, where we might not consider it an emergency. So I really would want to hone in on that language, because that could really affect our roads, our commerce, our safety on the roads, if we're going to limit our employees as to what they can do under those circumstances. So be looking hopefully for further language and discussion on that, on what that word emergency will mean. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? I would just say, in terms of the issue of emergencies, I think we already are in a situation where we've had a number of emergencies of all kinds. There's, I think, probably a lot of experience, both on the side of employers and on the side of the workers. And in often cases, they're representatives, if they're unionized employees, that have had to deal with this question. And so, as we go forward through the session, if we find that there's something that could be done here that all parties agree to, I think we can have that conversation. But I do want to underscore what has been said here about the importance of limiting the amount of days a person can be compelled, forced to work, and understanding the point that was made regarding you get some time off between shifts in consecutive days off. People have very important needs, not just to rest, but to deal with, issues of family, issues of importance to themselves. And I think we as a society have decided that we want to regulate this. We want to make sure that employees have that opportunity to say, no, I can't do one more day. I will be back in 2 days, but they need to get that 1 day off. And I think that's what this bill is about. And I do believe that most of us on this committee have regard for that and understanding of that. But as we write statutes, we often find disagreement. So, and that's not uncommon. But I do believe this is an important bill to pass out of this committee. And I look forward to continuing discussions on it. Any other comments, Representative Weir?
Yeah, and I just wanted to make a clarification that in no, terms to my, we're always concerned safety absolutely first, right? So that's why I wanted that clarification on hours versus days. We don't want somebody who hasn't had sleep or who has been overworked or just pushed their body to the max to be in a position. As an employee, I don't want myself in that position. I don't want my employees there when I was an employer. So just I wanted to make that distinction. Thank you.
I appreciate that comment. I know we always find common ground when we have these discussions, even if we don't change the language right now. So thank you very much. Any other comments or questions? If not, then I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion duly made and seconded on agenda item 1, Senate Bill 489, an act limiting the days an employer can mandate an employee to work. The motion is to JF the bill to the floor. Senator Kushner.
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Representative Sanchez.
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
Representative Wilson.
Representative Wilson votes yes.
Senator Cabrera. Senator Sampson.
Sampson is no.
Representative Ackert,
No.
Representative Belton,
Representative Belton votes yes.
Representative Hall, Representative Hughes,
Representative Hughes votes yes.
Senator Lesser, Representative Weir,
Rep. Weir is no.
Representative Yakarino. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Clerk, and we will be keeping votes open today to a time to be determined when we get closer to the end of this meeting. Moving on to item number 2, House Bill number 5856, an act concerning a study of state marshals' health benefits and this will be a JF to the floor. Is there a motion? Is there a second?
Seconded.
It's been moved and seconded. This is a bill that would require the State Marshal Commission to conduct a study of state marshals' health benefits. We heard a lot of testimony about right now, state marshals are paid, I believe it's called per diem, and don't receive benefits. But we would like the commission to take up a study that would look at the average hours per week state marshals spend performing services on behalf of the state, and make their recommendations as to whether or not state marshal benefits should be provided. And we suggest in this language under the partnership plan or in the same manner as state employees. And that report would be due January 1st, 2024. They would submit the study results to the Labor and Public Employees Committee by January 1st, 2024. So any comments or questions? Representative Ackert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No questions, just comments. After listening to the many folks that spoke to us that were state marshals, it seemed like this is the right direction to take and to look at, some look like that's kind of their full-time gig and some look like they do multiple jobs. So I think looking at, how many hours a state marshal is working on behalf of the state of Connecticut may in turn have some of those be available for benefits. So I look forward to the results of the study.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, then I would ask the clerk to call the roll.
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion duly made and seconded on agenda item 2, House Bill 5856, an act concerning a study of state marshals' health benefits. The motion is to JF the bill to the floor. Senator Kushner,
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Representative Sanchez,
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
Representative Wilson,
Representative Wilson votes yes.
Senator Cabrera, Senator Sampson,
Sampson is yes.
Representative Ackert,
Yes.
Representative Belton,
Representative Belton votes yes.
Representative Hall, Representative Hughes,
Hughes is a yes.
Senator Lesser, Representative Weir,
Rep. Weir is yes.
Representative Yakarino. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, clerk, and the votes will be held open. The next item on the agenda is item number 3, House Bill number 6273, an act concerning disclosure of salary ranges on public and internal job posting. And this is a JF to the floor. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded. I don't know that. I think you have to say that out loud, Darrell.
I second it.
Thank you. He raised his hand just for anybody who couldn't see that. So this, get to my notes. This bill requires an employer to disclose the position's wage or wage range in a general description of the benefits, including health benefits, retirement benefits, paid time off, tax reportable benefits, and other compensation would be included in public and internal postings for jobs, promotions, transfers, or other employment opportunities. Is there any discussion or questions?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. This appears to be an expansion of a law that we passed. I don't know, was it in 2021, I think? And we had quite the debate on the Senate floor that I recall, and most of it centered around the disagreement that you and I have about whether or not employees all fit into the same cutter shape and size. And that when you are requiring employers to share information like this, you're making that assumption. And I don't think that that's fair, because every person is an individual, and individuals are measured based on their specific characteristics. And while you may have several people that share a similar job description at a particular place of employment, they may do very different things, and they may do very different things better or worse than their counterparts. And the employer may appreciate the fact that one person may be better dealing with one aspect of the job, and another person might be better dealing with a different aspect. And they may be compensated differently as a result of their experience and their abilities, because they are individuals. And this is an expansion of what I consider to be an already bad policy, because it refuses once again to recognize that people are individual people and should be judged on their individual merit, and should be treated that way. And instead, it likes to carve people up into categories, as is this legislature is so apt to do, describing people as nothing more than their race or gender, and in this case, their job description. So I have some concerns about expanding this policy, especially in the ways that are here. Madam Chairman, would you do me the favor of explaining exactly what is changing from the current law in this bill proposal, rather?
Section 1, I believe, is the definitions, with a change in paragraph 4, where it previously read wage range means the range of wages, and now it's taking out an employer anticipates relying on when setting wages for a position, and may include. That phrase has been taken out, and it will now read means the range of wages for a position set in good faith by reference to any applicable pay scale. That's the first change. Moving to line 50, there's a new paragraph added, paragraph 8. It reads, fail or refuse to disclose in public and internal posting for each job, promotion, transfer, or other employment opportunity, the wage or wage range, and a general description of the benefits, including but not limited to health benefits, retirement benefits, paid days off, and taxable reportable benefits, and other compensation to be offered for such job, promotion, transfer, or other employment opportunity. Nothing in the subsection shall be construed to require an employer to use a public or internal posting to advertise a job, promotion, transfer, other employment opportunity if such employer uses an alternative method of hiring for such job, promotion, transfer, or other employment. Paragraph 8 is now becomes paragraph 9. And the first change in that paragraph is to where it previously read wage range, it now says wage or wage range for a position has been removed. Instead, inserted is and a general description of the benefits, including but not limited to health benefits, retirement benefits, paid days off, and tax reportable benefits and other compensation for the job, promotion, transfer of other employment opportunity. Then it goes back to for which the applicant is applying, that's current law. If such a new language is if such job, promotion, transfer, or other employment opportunity was not posted in a public or internal posting pursuant to subdivision 8 of this subsection. Existing language says upon the earliest of A, the applicant's request, or B, prior to. But the language has been changed in B, previously read prior to or at the time of the applicant is made an offer. It is now changed to prior to any offer or discussion of compensation, or, and then in paragraph previously numbered number 9 is now number 10. It adds well, I'll read it. The new thing in there is that it annually must provide an employee the current wage range The new language is also a general description of the benefits and other compensation. And then it's taking out upon A, because now it's B, and B provides such employee the current wage range and a general description of the benefits, including but not limited to health benefits, retirement benefits, paid days off, and tax reportable benefits and other compensation upon the hiring of the employee, or and there's a number change from 2 to a B, a change in the employee's position with the employer, and then it's deleted, or the employee's first request for a wage range. Or now there's a new paragraph 11. Fails to or refuse to interview, hire, promote, employ, or otherwise retaliate against an applicant for employment or employee for exercising any rights under this section. Subparagraph C. Previously, it read nothing in this section. Now it reads, except as provided in subdivisions A to 10, inclusive of subsection B of this section, nothing shall in this section shall be construed to require any employer or employee to disclose the amount of wages paid to any employee. In paragraph D, there's a change toward the end of that paragraph. An employer who violates subsection B of this section may be found liable for, now it's 1, compensatory damages. And added language is or statutory damages of $1,000 to $10,000, whichever is greater. It adds, it changes the numbers there as a result of that addition. In paragraph F, it says there's new language. The breadth of the wage range provided by an employer for a job, promotion, transfer, or other employment opportunity shall be one factor relevant to the analysis of whether such a wage range has been set in good faith. Paragraph G, the provision of this section, this is new language, section apply to any job, promotion, transfer, or other employment opportunity that will, number 1, be performed in the state, or 2, will be performed remotely outside of the state, but requires the individual performing such job, promotion, transfer, or other employment opportunity to report to a supervisor, office, or other work site in the state. I believe I've covered all the changes.
Thank you for that very detailed explanation to my question. I mean that sincerely, because you made me realize a few things I didn't even realize the first time I went through this bill. The change that you indicated that I believe is on lines 14 and 15 and 16, which takes out the former language that said an employer the wage range means the range of wages an employer anticipates relying on. So in other words, before in this law, the wage range was what the employer had planned on offering as a wage range for a job. And now it's going to be for a position set in good faith by reference to any applicable pay scale previously determined ranges of wages for the position, actual range of wages, and so on. I'm going to ask why for the change, but I think it's quite clear that now we're actually getting at what the pay is for current employees of the job and not what an employer wants to offer for a new position. And I'm curious why we are asking that information, which I think is quite proprietary and really not something that we should be compelling an employer to share, especially when, well, let me just ask that question. Madam Chairman, please explain this change to me. Why are we making that change?
I believe this change requires the employer to identify the range of wages for a position. And it says set in good faith. And I think that that really is, so it doesn't require the employer to offer that or pay that amount to the person, but it does require them to say what the wage range is for a position.
Well, thank you. So something in this bill is going to require an employer to pay someone a certain amount. Is that what you're saying?
That's exactly the opposite of what I said. I said it does not require. the employer. It only requires the employer to be transparent in what they are currently paying.
I understand. I think you misinterpreted my question though. Which when my question was really about what we're asking them to provide, not what we're asking them to do, and for what purpose. But leave that as it may. I also notice in lines 50 through 60 and then 61 through 70, the changes here are now requiring much more substantial information. It used to be that the requirement was simply for a wage range that an employer intended to offer for a certain position, which I didn't agree with, but I didn't think was completely unreasonable. But now we are asking them not only to disclose the previous wages for that particular position, but we're also asking them to include a tremendous number of items and information that may or may not be something they are completely aware of or had made a decision on at the time that they are offering the job, because it may in fact depend on the applicant. And that includes, it says here, including but not limited to health benefits, retirement benefits, paid days off, tax reportable benefits, and compensation, other compensation. Maybe some of these items would actually be negotiated at the time of employment. Maybe I will say, I will take the job based on the salary range that you had indicated, but I want a bonus after each year of X, Y, Z, and we negotiate those terms. That would be something that could not be foreseen by the employer necessarily, but they might in a negotiation agree to it. In line 61, go ahead. Sure.
I don't think anything precludes the negotiation of additional benefits in this bill. And I would say that I believe the intention here is a good one, because I think the intention is to include not just the salary range or the wage, but to also include benefits, because oftentimes in advertising for a position, even if the wages might not be what the employee would be interested in, the prospective employee, but when they see the range of benefits, it might actually encourage people to apply for a job. So I think the intention here was good.
Well, I can appreciate your opinion, but I think it will have the exact opposite effect. I think that it may discourage people from looking for a particular job based on what is indicated for the information about the wage range. And my concern about this bill is not what it's trying to cause to happen. My concern is that this language is actually quite scary to any employer who would look at it, because this entire bill is set up to create a set of circumstances that they can be responsible and liable and punished in significant ways that you laid out in the list of changes in the from the current law. If they fail to live up to the requirements in this language, it's completely littered with landmines based on the fact that this information is not necessarily something that can be determined ahead of time. When an employer hires an employee, even if they refer to them with the same job title, that has nothing to do with the work required by the current or previous employees in the past or what they paid them. And I don't think that that's understood by anyone who would draft a bill like this. The fact of the matter is we are causing changes every day with the policy that comes through this committee. Even changing the minimum wage has changed the notion of what people's salary ranges are and what their job description is. You know, when you used to have 3 employees working for $10 an hour in a particular retail environment, and now the minimum wage has changed that, those jobs don't exist anymore. So the salary range for that job description is irrelevant because the job is gone. You banned the job effectively by creating the minimum wage. And now you have a new job created. And that new job, obviously, because it's going to pay significantly more than the old one, is going to be a different job. So the historical wages and benefits that were involved, I don't think are relevant. And I also would suggest that employers are open to different opportunities and options. An employer might say, you know, I might hire 2 people to handle sales at the office. But if I can find one really good person who's willing to work hard, maybe even wants to work more than 6 days a week, I'd be willing to pay them even more. And effectively we're preventing that activity. And again, I'm only talking about voluntary activity, Madam Chairman. Everything I'm bringing up is all about the fact that the people that we work for as their representatives want to have freedom of choice on their own. They don't need us compelling them or dictating to them what they can and cannot do. And I think that this entire policy is dangerous because what it's going to do is it's going to limit the ability for employers and employees to connect with one another and come up with a fair and reasonable negotiation of terms for employment. Ultimately, who loses in that situation? We all do. But employees will lose in that situation as well because they will not be aware of opportunities, the ability to negotiate, and the potential for terms that are beneficial to both to them and to the employer. We don't need this type of legislation. There's no reason why the government has to be involved in this. Zero reason. There is no compelling reason to suggest that this is needed. You've already established a minimum wage. And presumably by doing so, you have made the argument that it is acceptable to pay anything above that minimum wage. And now this bill says, well, we didn't really mean that. We meant the minimum wage is the minimum wage. But in other cases, we want to be able to hold employers accountable if they start to pay people different wages than other people with the same job title. It's scary stuff. And I can tell you that employers in this state I wish more of them were aware. I think that's the biggest problem we have, is because if more people in this state who are operating businesses knew that this stuff was coming, this public hearings would be filled with people up in arms about what is happening. And it's a tremendous detriment to our policymaking that people are not sufficiently aware of what's going on. I have a question on line 61. It says failure or to fail or refuse to provide an applicant for employment all the same information: wage, range, general description of benefits, included but not limiting to everything under the sun: health benefits, retirement benefits, paid days off, tax reportable benefits, other compensation, promotion, transfer, other employment opportunities, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Failure to provide that to an applicant now can be an actionable thing. What exactly defines an applicant, Madam Chairman?
I'm assuming that an applicant would be defined by the employer and what they require in order to apply for that job. It can vary from employer to employer, but generally speaking, most employers today have some online application that has to be filled out. Often there are other requirements of information that has to be supplied. And I think an applicant would be someone who had met all the requirements of filing an application.
I noticed that there's nothing in this bill proposal or the current law that actually defines applicant. And I think that the definition that you just provided is actually quite beneficial to employers. I hope that we can include a definition of applicant that means that we're only referring to people that have actually gone through the process of applying for the job in some way, shape, or form, because it concerns me that an applicant could be almost anything in my mind. It could be someone who simply asks about the job. Hey, I heard you're having a job opening. Now you're going to open up the employer for failing to provide this information to that person. Line 71, I can't even follow the section numbers and letters anymore because there's so many changes. But starting there, it says failure or refusal to annually provide an employee the current wage range. So now an employer's got an additional job to do, as if they're employed by the state of Connecticut. Is the state of Connecticut going to pay employers to provide this information, this work that is they're compelling them to do? Certainly not. But yet that employer is going to have to do a job for the state of Connecticut, and that is compile this data and give it to each employee. And it's going to be offered with the notion that somehow it's relevant. And I don't know that it is. As I described, every employee at every business is different. And they are not cogs in a machine. They are not parts to be fitted in and replaced periodically. They're individuals. And those individuals are going to be different, and their individual responsibilities are going to be different. Even in certain businesses where they have the same title, customer service representative, one person might be in charge of an entirely different aspect of that than another one. One person might only be responsible for dealing with the really difficult portion of the job, and another person handles the day-to-day minor questions that go on. And those people could very rightfully be compensated completely differently. And this entire policy goes to the fact that we're creating a cause of action to hold the employer accountable for misconduct with regard to how much they pay people. That's not how our system works in America. Our system works based on free negotiations and private contracts, not by over-regulation. You said earlier, as a society, we want to regulate this. Madam Chairman, I want to tell you, it's this, not the society. It's the members of this committee. It is the majority party in the state of Connecticut that wants to regulate this. I don't want to regulate this, and I'm part of the society too. Lines 80 through 82, failure or refuse to interview, hire, promote, employ, or otherwise retaliate against an applicant for employment or employee for exercising any rights under this section. That is quite a trigger. I mean, you were just asking for people to go ahead and hold employers accountable for things that they would do innocently through their normal course of business, that not in an attempt to be detrimental to anyone. And then line 83, it says, except as provided in subdivisions 8 through 10 inclusive, nothing in this section shall be construed to require any employer or employee to disclose the amount of wages paid to any employee. You like that? It's like, well, nothing is required except for where we tell you it's required here in sections 8 and 10. And that's wrong. They are required and they should not be. I noticed that the penalties have changed also to more significant penalties. Punitive damages included. I know that was in the past law that we passed in 2021 that I felt equally concerned about. And then lines 97 to 100. The breadth of the wage range provided by an employer for a job promotion, transfer, or other employment opportunities shall be one factor relevant to the analysis of whether such wage range has been set in good faith. And that goes back to the change that was made under the definition of wage range earlier. And why is that? It's, of course, that's a way to trap an employer in saying that they misrepresented the wage range for a job. The biggest issue with this is not that it's unworkable, because it is unworkable, and it will not provide accurate information to anyone involved. People looking for a job, current employees concerned about what other employees make in the same building, et cetera. None of that's going to be accurate, because those people are responsible for their own employment negotiation. The job of the labor committee of the Connecticut General Assembly is not to negotiate people's employment for them. I understand that there's quite a few bills on this agenda that seem to be geared exactly towards that. Somehow we are now the collective bargaining agent for every person employed in the state of Connecticut through the actions of this committee. That's not what should be happening. We should be respecting the freedom of our constituents to engage in commerce voluntarily and on their own terms. This bill, as I said, my concern is not just that it's unworkable and it's going to provide misinformation, but it is also another giant flashing neon sign that says, don't open a business in Connecticut, go somewhere else. I don't know how many more bills we're going to have come out of this legislature that are going to further impact the desire of anyone who wants to exercise in commerce and grow our economy and provide opportunity and jobs. The frustrating thing about this committee is that almost every time a bill is presented, it is always presented, well, we are here to help the employees. We're here to make sure the employees are treated fair. No, these bills hurt employees because they hurt job creation. They hurt the opportunity from being created to begin with by telling businesses, do not do it. I'm sorry for editorializing so much, Madam Chairman, but I am extremely passionate about trying to fix our state. I asked to serve on the labor committee because I want to take our state in a different direction where there are more labor opportunities for employees by virtue of more job opportunities, by virtue of having more businesses and more activity in the business realm. And this is just the exact opposite of what we should be doing. And I mean, we're on the third item of this agenda, and this is far from the worst bill. This is going to be quite the ride today. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Sampson. Any other comments or questions? Representative Weir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Senator Sampson, some of his testimony made me think of a phrase that I've heard before, and I think we've all probably heard it. And each and every day, we're breaking the law without even knowing it. One way or the other, there's so many laws on the books. There's so many rules in society that one way or the other, we're breaking a law. And so I can think of several circumstances. I'll just start off with several circumstances that would cause a business to have concern, opening themselves up to liability with how this bill is written and how I think intrusive it is. Like to just get a couple questions answered before I continue. On line 59, the word alternative method, or the phrase, whatever, the two words put together, alternative method. It talks about the ways that that employers can be responsible if they don't post these items, except for if they use an alternative method for hiring for such job promotion or transfer. What would be an example of an alternative method of advertising these other than what's listed here, Madam Chair?
I think that, thank you for that question, Representative Weir. I do believe that this is intended so that some employers have very, standard practices of how they advertise and post jobs. Others employers might not have those standard processes. It might be word of mouth. It might be other circumstances. So starting on line 61, it actually addresses, what the requirements would be if you don't have publicly posted advertising.
Okay, so a maybe like a help wanted sign, inquire within, something like that as a restaurant, or the word of mouth that you mentioned. Okay. So I guess when I see this, when I was reading through this bill, what comes to mind is, Indeed, LinkedIn, maybe a poster on the wall internally, but I don't think we even, I'm trying to think if we ever did that. I personally, I don't know if anybody else in the room here has, posted a job from the employer side. I have, I can remember using Career Builder and Monster and way back when Craigslist, old. But currently I would say that from recollection, using Indeed, LinkedIn, and I think I made this statement before when we were talking about this conceptually, is that when posting on Indeed, and I think even with LinkedIn, there's required information, of course, about the job, and then the job posting, and then they have best practices, recommended practices to include the salary range, to include the benefits, but it's best practices. And I think this disclaimer is, most jobs that are posted that include this information receive more applicants, something to that effect. And so, of course, it makes sense. It's best practices. It's a tight labor market. Employers want to stand out with employees and attract the best applicants. So that's a practice that I listen to the recommendation. But again, it's voluntary. It's a best practice. Why wouldn't an employer want to do it? I can't imagine being compelled to do it and then being held liable if you made that mistake of skipping over that section. It's almost like if we were going to do this, we had to compel LinkedIn or Indeed to make that a mandatory, one of those red asterisk things, like if you don't fill in your phone number or your email on some sort of other application, but instead of going after the employer. Yeah, just to highlight the tight labor market, I was reading just today in the Hartford Business Journal that the Connecticut added 5,600 jobs last month. 2,200 in education, healthcare, 1,700 in hospitality, 900 in the trade, transportation, utilities, construction, 400. But the other number that jumped out at me was, and this is from our Department of Labor, was that you had 34,000 employees who voluntarily quit, most of whom they noted went to a new job. So employees have that option. This is an employee's market. There's a tight labor market. Employees they're moving around. They're taking the better opportunity where as they should, where it presents itself. That's what all of us would do, is go for a better, better opportunity. We'll also point out that the labor participation rate in Connecticut is 64.7%, according to the Department of Labor at the end of February. So I guess what we should be up here searching for and trying to find the answer to is, how do we get the other 35.3% involved in the labor market? And policies like these, I don't think are going to do it. They're going to scare away employers, or certainly cause concern. And it's policies like these that, as an employer, I used to look at something and say, geez, what am I violating? You know what? I'm going to reach out to the HR subcontractor or my attorney. And I don't take anything away from my attorney. I really appreciate the value that they provide, but that costs money every time you have to pick up the phone to try to figure out if you're in compliance or not, from the best of intentions coming out of this body. $400 an hour, $500 an hour. The clock is running when that phone gets picked up. And I don't carry that expertise. That's a cost to my business. It's punitive. I guess it gets passed on eventually to the end user somehow as part of overhead. So I'll stop there on that. And I guess I would like to skip down to, I want to touch up something more that Senator Sampson, between lines 61 and 70, Senator Sampson started down this path, and it just got me thinking when we talk about an applicant. Maybe it's not a question, actually. He asked the question. I'm going to think of a what if scenario that if I were looking to be opportunistic and we haven't identified what an applicant is precisely, that I might go looking on the Indeed ads, looking for a violation, submit an application, and then look for a payday. Look for some sort of recourse with no intention of taking that job. Just I could go down and look for violations. So I see this as potentially being open to abuse if the word applicant isn't defined, what exactly that means. And then I guess I'll just, one of the other things I thought about is that, there's electronic advertising where you pay, there's either a number of jobs you get to post per month. That's the Indeed, that's the LinkedIn. But then we have a couple of local newspapers. They're really great. The Glastonbury Citizen and the River East News Bulletin that cover my district. And in the back, you've got what activities are coming up. They've got services that you can purchase, people offering their services, advertisements for local businesses, but they still, believe it or not, some of them, there are a few employment ads in there, believe it or not. And after reading this bill, I went through and looked at those, and half of them are out of compliance with what we're asking these people to do. And in that case, they're paying, by the inch. They're paying by the line. So here's another added cost. I don't know, I'm not sure what an advertisement costs in one of those two publications. But potentially, we're causing another expense for an employer to have to go through that method, even though it is, one might argue, not everybody advertises in the local paper. I think I'll conclude. Senator Sampson mentioned that if employers knew kind of what the policies that this body, not just this committee, but this whole legislative body were coming up with, that they'd probably be concerned. They'd be up here testifying. And I think that's probably mostly correct, but I've had the opportunity when I talk to business owners in my district and people who I know to let them know, like, hey, these are some of the policies that are coming out that could affect you. And a lot of times I hear that, look, I'm busy working. I'm busy working. I'm busy providing for my family. I'm busy running a business. I don't have time to come up and testify. I think a lot of times, they would assume that we up here would be creating policies that would encourage business investment, new businesses to come here, and not policies that would drive business away. And as somebody who was self-employed for almost all of my life, with the exception of a few years, as you know, I worked as a municipal employee, as a police officer. I've worked in the public, the private sector, and been self-employed. And these policies are just detrimental. We wonder why other parts of the country, you fly, anybody who does any traveling, you fly into another city, you see yellow pieces of machinery everywhere, bulldozers, cranes, excavators, and they're building new things because there's opportunity there. When you come here, all we're doing is maintaining the old stuff that we have. You don't see a lot of that building. And that's an indicator to me when I fly into a city. I look out the window of the plane and see yellow iron. This place has something to offer, and we are not creating policies that are bringing people here. So I think this is again a detrimental policy to employers, and potentially liability or even a setup, even if that's not how we're trying to make it, for some unknowing employer, excuse me, who doesn't fill out a field on Indeed and now is in violation. I think that's I think that's something we really need to look at, how far we want to go with this. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Weir. I see Representative Ackert has a question or comment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just start with some clarifications on, and I'm going to go back to line 59, and I think I read that differently in terms of alternative method of hiring. I have a good friend of mine that works in the field of, placing people at work. So many, he does mostly in the healthcare. So many hospitals reach out to him, in other areas, they reach out to him and say, hey, we have an opening. Please look to see who you can get to come to fill this slot. And he does the searches. And as he said, he says, my searches are essentially looking for the right applicant, regardless of their gender or race. He says, we're looking for the applicant. That's what we're after. So does that individual have to meet the criteria that is listed here? Because they are not the employer. They are hired. They are hired by somebody. And at times, he says there are times that this could be a problematic in terms of some of the negotiations they do. So do you see that company being held accountable under this legislation?
I'm sorry, in your question, the last part of it, you said, do you see that company? You meant that person that is sort of brokering it.
Yes, the person brokering it. Yes, thank you, Madam Chair.
I think this language is specific to what the obligation of the employer is. And so if they use an alternative method, then an employee can request the same information. And so I do believe the language puts an obligation on the employer.
And thank you, Madam Chair. I think that's the way I read it. That's the way I believed it to be read. And then going back a little bit for clarification, because I know when I've advertised and for a placement, for a technician or somebody in my business, that I will say I was more general in terms of my description than as specific as this is stating here. So I may or may not, I'll say competitive wages rather than a pay raise. And look, I know that does not fit this legislation, but medical benefits, profit sharing, and holiday pay or holiday days. So those are very general terms. It's more specific as laid out from what I see in the lines starting in line 50. Would you read that the same, that a business would have to be more specific in terms of, I know the pay component of it, but in the other area that I mentioned, medical benefits, profit sharing, and days off?
I do read this as saying a general description. So I think it actually uses the word that you also use to describe your activities. It gives a list of the types of benefits that should be in the notification, in the posting. It doesn't limit it to those things, but it does provide some direction saying health benefits, retirement benefits, paid days off, taxable, reportable benefits, and other compensation. So I think it still, though, refers to it all as a general description. I don't think you have to post your summary plan description.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And then where I have a bit of a pause, it's line 71. Annually. So if I read this correctly, that the employer shall provide a current employee what the current wage range is on an annual basis and along with benefits. Is that right?
That is correct.
And if they, and it says upon request, but it doesn't say that, it looks like it says they have to provide it. What the pay scale is for that company at that time. And if they didn't, they fall under the penalty listed in lines 87 to 94. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct.
Okay. And that's where penalizing businesses is, not the path that I'm typically, I shouldn't say normally in favor of unless it's egregious. I'll stop there at this time. Look, I believe that in terms of questioning, I want to make sure everybody of equal skill and talent gets paid the same, gets the same benefits. That's my goal. I believe just recently in 2021, we passed, I think, legislation that would accomplish that, when asked, you have to provide the ranges. And I think at times of, competitive hiring right now, there's going to be this one up. Oh, in this advertisement, I'm going to be promoting, but I give you this. And so I got a little concern on that. So I'll listen to it if there's any further dialogue on it. But always looking to see, how we can improve if needed. I think we've done a good job in the state of Connecticut in terms of equalizing our compensations, but always willing to work on legislation with you. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for those comments and questions. I will say that always in this discussion, we find there are plenty of things we agree about in terms of what our goals are and what we'd like to accomplish in the state. We just disagree often about how to get there. And I know that the proponents of this bill and the committee members who are in support of this bill are really concerned about transparency and making sure that we are addressing some of the pay inequities that have historically plagued us as a state. And I think everybody agrees we want equity. It's just how do we get there? And so I appreciate all the comments from all of you today. I don't mind the editorializing because I expect that, Senator Sampson. And I appreciate the discussion today. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, then I would ask the clerk to call the roll.
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion made and duly seconded on agenda item 3, House Bill 6273, an act concerning disclosure of salary ranges on public and internal job postings. The motion is to JF the bill to the floor. Senator Kushner.
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Representative Sanchez.
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
Representative Wilson.
Representative Wilson votes yes.
Senator Cabrera. Senator Sampson.
Sampson is no.
Representative Ackert.
No.
Representative Belton.
Belton votes yes.
Representative Hall. Representative Hughes.
Hughes votes yes.
Senator Lesser.
Lesser is a yes.
Representative Weir.
Rep. Weirs, no.
Representative Yakarino. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, clerk. And as I've mentioned, we will be holding votes open. Moving on to item number 4, House Bill number 6362, an act concerning advanced energy companies and the workforce. This is a JF to the floor. Is there a motion? It's been moved and it's been seconded. And this is a bill, the proponent who brought it to us was keenly aware of certain opportunities to for the state to procure federal grants for infrastructure dollars that we're all so eager to have brought to our state. This bill seeks to increase the opportunity to apply for those grants and get those grants by providing certain studies and data from state agencies. I do want to alert the committee that in discussions in the drafting of this bill, we missed some, we didn't get the agencies quite right the first time around. There was a lot of back and forth. So we tried very hard we always try hard to get it right the first time. But as a result, I've had conversations with leadership of the committee, including our ranking members, and we are going to propose an amendment here in the committee on this bill. And I will work through the lines that we're amending. And then I will ask, I can make it as a motion, the chair. I will make it as a motion and I will ask for a second when I've read through the changes. It starts on line 7, where it reads the Labor Department in collaboration with the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection and the University of Connecticut. That will be taken out, deleted, stricken. And it will now read the Office of Workforce Strategies shall conduct a study of state action. And then in line 11, where that's repeated not later than January 1, 2024, comma, the Office of Workforce Strategies shall be substituted for where it currently says the Labor Department. Moving on to to line 20. Monies in the account shall be expended by, and instead of the Labor Department in conjunction with the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection, it will now read monies in the account shall be expended by the Office of Workforce Strategies for the purposes of training programs. Line 25, section 3. It will now read the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection shall conduct a study instead of reading the Labor Department. Line 34, again, instead of the Labor Department, it will read the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection shall conduct a study. Those are the changes that I'm moving as an amendment to this bill. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Seeing no discussion, we can take a voice vote on this. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, then the amendment stands and is passed. And now we will go to the bill and I'll recognize Representative Ackert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Couple questions.
Hold on.
The account that's going to be established, and it now falls under the Office of Workforce Strategies. That dollars that are coming into the account are from, if you may have mentioned it again, but if you could clarify where that money is coming from.
This bill assumes that the money is coming from the federal government, from infrastructure dollars.
Thank you. And I that's where I thought it was coming from, and I appreciate that. And I appreciate the concept of the training and the things we're going to do, but we're already doing this. Thankfully, in the state of Connecticut, we have some fantastic companies, private and unionized members that are doing all this work. There's energy efficiency. We have a strong energy efficiency program. We're investing more dollars in that on some of the work. Obviously, infrastructure improvements going to be on a larger scale, but we have the technicians and people ready to go for that. Wind, we're actually doing offshore wind projects that we're doing with the workforce that's here in surrounding areas. Hydroelectric. I don't want to get on my soapbox for too long on this one, but we have some fantastic plants in Connecticut that aren't subsidized correctly that aren't paid correctly. I shouldn't say subsidized, they aren't paid correctly. As we stand right now, we could use those resources. Obviously, we have Millstone. Electric vehicles are being, electric vehicle charging stations, so many companies are already doing this right now. We just need more bodies. We just need more workers. We need more people. I'd like to add in that we did have hydrogen, and that'll be something that we'll, I think, looking forward that we can expand upon. And I'm glad it's, again, under the Office of Workforce Strategy. Kelly Valeries is doing a fantastic job in that office. What we limit ourselves is actually hiring people in the state of Connecticut to do this work. By hiring restrictions on our trades that needs to be fixed. I had a wonderful conversation with the governor on Tuesday morning. He really wasn't aware of it. Matter of fact, his statement was refreshing. I said, we have a hiring problem. We have a 1-to-3 ratio. And he goes, so every journeyman can train 3 apprentices. I said, no, actually not. That would make sense though. Like we do in other trades, carpenters, roofers, where you have one lead and they train multiple people. I said, in our state, it takes 3 journeymen to train 1 apprentice. And he goes, how could that be? I go, that's a great question. So I've reached out to Katie Dykes. I reached out to the governor. I'm going to reach out to Kelly Valeries. And let's get these people that are ready to do the work, that live in state of Connecticut and can thrive in the state of Connecticut, to get to work. And this bill, might shine the light on it, the deficiencies that we have. Again, our technical high schools are doing a fantastic job. Our trade schools, our union trade schools, our non-union technical schools are doing a fantastic job. The bodies don't have anywhere to go because of the hiring restrictions. So I'm going to support this legislation as it moves forward. I was a little, obviously something an energy technology looks like an energy technology bill, but hey, it's about labor, it's about workforce. So let's continue to work on this legislation and see where we can move and make sure Connecticut continues to lead in the energy efficiency and alternative energy sources. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Ackert. I did give you a little leeway there to go, I think, beyond the bill in terms of the discussion, but I appreciate your comments. And I do think that we are doing a lot right that you mentioned. And, maybe some of this won't be necessary, but we certainly don't want to leave any stone unturned if there is a possibility of getting more government funds, federal funds into the state. I think that's what the intention of this bill speaks to. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, then I would ask the clerk to call the roll.
A roll call vote has been requested on agenda item 4, House Bill 6362 as amended by Amendment A. This is an act concerning advanced energy companies and the workforce. The motion is to JF the bill to the floor. Senator Kushner.
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Representative Sanchez.
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
Representative Wilson.
Representative Wilson votes yes.
Senator Cabrera. Senator Sampson.
Sampson is yes.
Representative Ackert.
Yes.
Representative Belton.
Belton votes yes.
Representative Hall. Representative Hughes.
As amended, yes.
Senator Lesser.
Senator Lesser, yes.
Representative Weir.
Rep. Weir is yes.
Representative Yacarino. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We will be holding votes open. Moving on to the next item on the agenda, item number 5, Senate Bill number 1121, an act concerning care for kids provider rights. It's a JF to the floor. Is there a motion? Second. It's been moved and it's been seconded. This bill addresses, modifies existing state language, existing statutory language that would address continuing the opportunities for early childcare providers to work together and engage in collective bargaining. So there are changes to section 2 and changes in line 21 or 22, and it's mostly geared to continue rights that currently exist under statute, but to make sure that those rights wouldn't be lost were there a change in the name of a program. That's the intention of this bill. So any questions or concerns? Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I guess I'll start by asking what the impact of this bill is to private daycare providers who have who take the subsidy on behalf of the parents who have kids who qualify for the Care for Kids program.
I don't believe it changes their current status. You see in line 5, instead of saying the child care subsidy program, it defines it as a state administered early education or child care program, including but not limited to the child care subsidy program. I think it's just being a little more comprehensive in its language, but I don't think it changes what happens currently.
Thank you for that. Are we sure that they are not being captured in lines 21 and 22 where it says, or in other state-funded early education or childcare programs?
I believe that this is meant to include the people that are currently in the program or should be in the program. And I know that there's been a lot of discussion between the Office of Early Childhood and the folks who are working with the early childcare providers. I do believe that when we heard this bill, there wasn't complete agreement on the language. I believe those conversations are continuing. So I think that the Office of Early Childhood is looking to make sure that we get it right. And I believe that the union that's working with them is involved in ongoing conversations. So we might see a change in some of this language, but I do believe for now, this is what we have before us. And so it will be a work in progress. I know many people hate that notion, but I think it often happens in the legislature that we pass bills out of committee and then continue to work to make sure that we get it right.
Thank you for that answer, Madam Chairman. I'm concerned because I recognize that this section, this paragraph, is all about how the Office of Early Childhood is considered an executive branch employer and the organization that represents various childcare providers designated by the State Board of Labor Relations, and is the exclusive bargaining agent, and they have the right to bargain concerning the terms and conditions of participation for various groups. And I am curious whether we are capturing Care for Kids in that line 22, or more specifically, the independent private daycare providers that happen to offer their services for a fee to anyone, but also accept the Care for Kids subsidy, because I do not think that it is appropriate to take those individuals and private businesses and give them a designated representative for collective bargaining. And it sounds like that might be what's happening here. So hopefully you can clarify that for me. I don't have any objection, obviously, to the changing the name of the program. And if that's all this bill does, I'm fine with it. But if it is substantively changing that relationship of those private daycare providers, which I know the state of Connecticut has, treated as employees for the specific purpose of collecting union dues from them and no other reason. I now am questioning whether or not we're expanding that employment definition for some other purpose. So that's the most important thing to me. So if you can reassure me that that's not changing, I'll be very happy to support this bill. Otherwise, I will have significant concerns going forward.
Well, I appreciate your comments, and that is my understanding, but I certainly don't profess to be involved directly in those conversations. So I don't want to go beyond what I've already said about the intention of this bill and the language that's within it. I hope you're comfortable in voting for it. I know that a vote here doesn't mean you're committing to vote for it on the floor if the language changes or if the interpretation is changed, and I would certainly not withhold any change over what I've already said. I would be certain to inform you if there was something different in this, but that is my understanding.
I appreciate that answer, Madam Chairman. Maybe you can tell me where this bill came from. It's not a committee bill. It's not drafted at your request. It came from some other entity, or?
When we open every long session, we have various organizations, individuals, constituents, other legislators make propose concepts to us, and those are drafted. And honestly, I don't remember whether that was the case here or whether it was a committee bill, but I know that the union that represents these workers has been very interested and has been involved in those conversations with the Office of Early Childhood. So I'm assuming they were involved in the originating this proposal.
All right, I appreciate that. I just clarify that the private business owners that do provide daycare services and do have clients that accept care for kids are not providers. They are business people, and they own their own business, and they are not subject to collective bargaining. And that's the whole point of trying to clarify this bill. I'm gonna vote no today, just to flag it, because we can't get a significant confirmation to satisfy my concerns. Again, if it's just a name change, it's not a substantive policy change. I certainly don't see any reason why I wouldn't support it going forward, but I want to mark it just so I can remember to look at it if it advances further than today. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Sampson. Representative Ackert.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm a strong supporter of the Care for Kid program. I've seen the value of it being used throughout my district, and supported the expansion of it. The concern I have just comes from the Office of Early Childhood about it being too broad. And I know that you had said that you reached out and had not heard back from the commissioner but you wanted to move this forward, and I agree with that. That we need to, if there's going to be a change, and whatever, if it's a name change for whatever reason, but I would just, at this point, I'm going to flag it as a no until we get clarification from there. But then I will be a strong proponent of it if it's just what we're intending it to be, and that's just a name change, so that we can continue to have our strong Care for Kids program. So I thank you for that.
Thank you, Representative Ackert. I just want to tweak your comment slightly. I did hear back from the Office of Early Childhood. I just hadn't heard that they have not yet resolved any concerns they might have. So it's not that they're ignoring our questions or calls. It's just that they're still working on.
I would never say that she was not trying to reach back, but there's some busy people right now with the amount of stuff we're laying on them during this legislation session. So thank you for that clarification, Madam Chair.
Any other questions or concerns? Representative Weir.
Yeah, I think just based on the testimony from the commissioner with her language about the expecting JFS language, because we haven't seen that, I'll be voting no today as well until we get clarification. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Seeing no hands, I would ask the clerk to call the roll.
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion duly made and seconded on agenda item 5, Senate Bill 1121, an act concerning care for kids provider rights. The motion is to JF the bill to the floor. Senator Kushner.
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Representative Sanchez.
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
Representative Wilson.
Representative Wilson votes yes.
Senator Cabrera.
Senator Cabrera votes yes.
Senator Sampson.
Sampson is no.
Representative Ackert.
No.
Representative Belton.
Belton votes yes.
Representative Hall. Representative Hughes.
Hughes votes yes.
Senator Lesser.
Lesser, yes.
Representative Weir.
Rep Weir is no.
Representative Yakarino. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk, and we will be holding votes open. Next on the agenda is item number 6, an act amending Connecticut paid family medical leave. It's a JFS to the floor. And this is LCO number 6238. And this bill generally prohibits certain disability insurance policies from reducing their benefits because a claimant received benefits from the state's paid family and medical leave program. It also allows tribal enterprises to opt into the paid family medical leave program and defines municipality under the PFML law and the state's Family and Medical Leave Act. The S language here requires tribes to provide their employees with Connecticut FMLA unpaid job protections as a condition of joining the PFML program, rather than extending the Connecticut Family Medical Leave Act to cover them as in the underlying bill. And let me just maybe expand on that a little bit out of respect for and concern about not infringing on sovereignty rights. We are not compelling them to come under the Connecticut Family Medical Leave Act. That's the unpaid job protections. We are just instructing them to be part of this paid family medical leave program. They also have to adhere to the conditions that exist in the Connecticut Family Medical Leave Act. And I've done a little work in the past on labor relations with tribal enterprises, and I know there's a great sensitivity to this. Recognize that it's warranted. Maybe sensitivity isn't the right word, because that might imply that I didn't think it was warranted. But there is a concern about states exerting rights that exerting themselves into the beyond where we can because of tribal sovereignty. What often happens, though, is that tribal employers have to meet the standards that are in Connecticut state law or in other states. They can, as long as they have those minimum standards, then they can participate and have their own tribal laws that cover the same conditions. So I think we just wanted to be very careful not to say you're coming under Connecticut state law, but in order to qualify for this, in order to participate in this program, you must make sure that you're also offering the same job protection that other employees in the programs would have.
So moved.
Is there a motion? It's been moved. Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded, and I would just like to take a brief recess. Thank you. We're back on the record. I apologize for that brief recess. So is there any discussion on the bill? Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. This bill actually has multiple parts, and I really want to focus my remarks on the part that you did not get to in your opening statement, but I know it's just a small portion of this bill, but it is a significant policy change. But before I do that, I want to point out that I really appreciated your comments about the state exerting itself and tribal sovereignty. I only wish that the state of Connecticut recognized the sovereignty of individuals and citizens in the same way that they recognized tribal sovereignty, as in the legislation before us, by allowing them to opt in to the paid family medical leave program, where I was not offered that opportunity. And neither was anyone else in the state. We were all opted in, regardless of being sovereign individual citizens. And the vast majority of people I know, by the way, and there are a great many people that I'm certain that the program has benefited. But the fact of the matter is that people I talk to generally are just completely aggravated and shocked that the state of Connecticut would take 0.5% of their paycheck without their permission and without their prior authorization. And I stand with those people, and I will in the future. These programs, they do damage to our system, because number one, there are private businesses and entities that can offer these types of products. And when the state enters into those arenas, it displaces those other private entities and effectively puts them out of business. And that's the issue that I have with this bill, which is that subsection 2 of section 3, I think it is just one paragraph that basically, it's lines 174 to 180. It says no benefits provided under any employer provided disability insurance policy or self-administered salary continuation plan shall be reduced or offset by compensation under this section. There's a little more to the paragraph, but that's the substantive part. And effectively what is happening is, people prior to the Paid Family Leave Act passing in the state of Connecticut, it was very common for employers to provide a benefit to their employees in the form of short-term disability insurance. Some people bought that insurance protection on their own. After the Paid Family Medical Leave Act, that industry is in complete and utter disarray. I don't know to what extent. I don't know if there are providers who've stopped producing the coverage or providing in the state, but I can tell you that they were undermined. They were undermined by the actions of the state of Connecticut, who is supposed to be here representing them and looking out for their interests equal to everyone else. But they obviously were not on the list of consideration. And their industry has been completely upended. And now this is additional language that would further undermine their industry, not by just replacing their voluntarily purchased coverage with something forced upon the citizens of the state. But now this says that the benefits that they have to provide have to meet certain qualifications, which will raise the price and further limit the amount of people that actually choose to participate in purchasing short-term disability insurance. Being an insurance agent myself, I mean, I know how confusing all of this stuff is, and the average person is very confused. I mean, if you had to sit down and have a conversation with the average person about, what paid family leave provides for coverage versus what short-term disability insurance provides, almost no one's going to be able to tell you. They need to have a pretty significant conversation to do so. But there are gaps in paid family leave, as there would be gaps in short-term disability insurance. But people should be able to make their own choices on these things, and an industry should be allowed to exist. We made significant attempts during the debate about the implementation of paid family medical leave to try and have it encouraged and administered by private entities so that the state is not undermining an entire marketplace, but sadly to no avail. So in closing, I'm just going to say I'm going to vote no on this bill, because I think what this section does is it's going to create another impediment to the future existence of these industries that provide benefits, voluntary benefits to consumers in Connecticut. And if that's the end result of paid family medical leave, I think we should consider ourselves lucky that it only destroyed one industry, because this type of policy, I think, is very detrimental, especially when it comes combined with a unapproved, no opt-out provision for a payroll deduction that the state of Connecticut seems they know how better to manage someone's money than themselves. I'm a no. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Sampson. Any other comments or questions? Representative Weir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just wanted to be clear, the the tribes, tribal entities have the option to opt into the current paid family medical leave program.
The law isn't clear at this time that they have that option. They are, in other states, it has been clear. So in Massachusetts, for instance, when they adopted a similar program, they had language in their statute that made it clear that there was the option of participation by the tribal enterprises. And so here we are just, I don't think we are deciding whether or not they had the right previously, but I think we're clarifying and making sure that it's understood that they have the right to opt in.
Thank you, Madam. That's what I should have said, is this bill will make that clarification to allow them to opt in. Okay. Get back to my other notes here. Page 7, so line starting with 199 right towards the end, talks about if a tribal enterprise or tribal government chooses to enroll in the family and medical leave insurance program, such tribal enterprise shall provide its employees the same family medical leave benefits under the Family Medical Leave Act established in all those sections. So this is my understanding that the tribe, the tribal entity, and it'll be I'm not sure how the governing body is made up, but quite frankly, the tribal entity will make the decision and the employees will be compelled to abide by whatever decision is made by some authority.
That's correct. If the tribal entities choose to participate, opt in, then the employees would have the same requirement as other employees here in the state of Connecticut that are covered under the Family Medical Leave Program. And the section you read is the precise S language that I was referring to that makes it clear that if employees are participating in the paid leave program, they also get the job protections that the tribal enterprise will extend to them the same protections that employees would have under state law in those sections that are referenced.
Okay, thank you. And just one last question, trying to keep up that if we're looking at the two tribes, they're listed on lines 81 through 83. So you've got the Mashantucket Pequot Tribal Nation or the Mohegan Tribe. Those are the two tribes we are referring to and no others. And if one chooses to opt in, they're acting independently of each other, right? It's not an all or nothing, Madam Chair.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. I think the biggest concern I have is the employees not getting they don't get a say. They don't have an option. They're compelled like the rest of us were a couple of years ago. So I can't support this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? I don't see any hands at this time, so I would ask the clerk to call the roll.
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion duly made and seconded on agenda item 6, Senate Bill 1179, an act amending Connecticut paid family medical leave. The motion is to JFS the bill to the floor. The relevant LCO is number 6238. Senator Kushner.
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Representative Sanchez.
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
Representative Wilson.
Representative Wilson votes yes.
Senator Cabrera.
Senator Cabrera votes yes.
Senator Sampson.
Sampson is no.
Representative Ackert.
No.
Representative Belton.
Belton is yes.
Representative Hall. Representative Hughes. Senator Lesser.
Lesser is a yes.
Representative Weir.
Rep Weir is no.
Representative Yakarino. Representative Yakarino. Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. And as I've said, the votes will remain open. So we are moving on to the next item on the agenda. And that is item number 7, Senate Bill number 1180, an act concerning rideshare and delivery driver minimum standards. This is the JFS to the floor. It's LCO number 6237. This bill requires transportation network companies. Some examples of those are Uber and Lyft, to pay each of their drivers at least 85% of each fare charged, not including taxes, fees, or surcharges and tips, or the minimum pay as defined in the bill. There's a definition in the bill for that. The bill goes on to say that the labor commissioner must no later than September 30th, 2023, examine the need to adjust for the adjustment to the minimum pay the bill establishes and take into account certain things in that process. The commissioner must then submit a report to the Labor and Public Employees Committee. Also in this bill, it includes enforcement opportunities. There are many definitions, and I want to draw attention to the substitute language. It makes a clarification in lines 83 to 88 of how the network workers' compensation is calculated by specifying as a combination. I should be careful how I read that. That all kind of came together. I don't want people to be thinking I'm talking about workers' compensation. I'm saying the compensation for network workers is calculated by specifying it's a combination of miles traveled and time worked related to a ride. It also deletes provision in section 9, subsections B through D that provided restrictions should another state not fail to negotiate a reciprocity agreement with our state. So essentially what it does is it just shortens that whole section to say that the Commissioner of Department of Transportation will engage in talks with other states to develop reciprocity agreements regarding these transportation network companies. Are there any questions or did I move this? Has there been a motion? I would ask for a motion for this bill. Thank you. It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Representative Ackert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm just doing the numbers on this. And I'm looking at what a driver would get paid. It's kind of an 81 through 96 is kind of the pay structure. So the way I look at it, a 20-minute ride, a 20-mile ride in the state of Connecticut may take 40 minutes or so. But if I look at the travel back also that is implemented in here, it looks like the driver's getting, well, by hour, they're getting $36 an hour plus the $1.35 a mile. So it looks to me the math comes out to, and if it's travel back, it's $90 that they would be paid. So I know the testimony, and correct me if I'm wrong, it's $1.35 a mile and 60 cents a minute. Is that correct? That they would be paid?
I'm looking at line 83 and it says a minimum of $1.30.
Or 130. Yep. So I'm sorry, not 135. Yeah, 130. I added a nickel in there. Give them a bonus. So $1.30. So $1.30 a mile plus but plus time though, right?
Correct.
Okay. So it's $36 an hour plus the mileage on the car. That's correct, right? So 36 an hour pay plus the $1.30 per mile. Is that correct?
I haven't done the math, but
And that's what I think it's important that we do, because we're essentially, we look at the state of Connecticut Department of Labor manages, wages for minimum wage. and they manage and oversee the state guidelines and federal guidelines of prevailing wage, but they don't do contract work that I'm aware of. And this is what we're doing. We're doing contract work. So if you look, that's the glaring part. To me, I've used Uber, not in Connecticut, but in other states for travel. And I'm looking at what the consumer's going to pay first and foremost, but then I don't believe the Department of Labor has can enforce this. That is the pause I have. I don't believe that they have the ability, and it's even stated in their testimony, that they're literally creating a contract with these businesses. And I believe it's, Uber, Lyft, Instacart, and I'm going to get in trouble because I'm going to forget a couple names of them. But that's my first and foremost, that we are setting a standard of wage substantially above what the Department of Labor can enforce, first and foremost. And secondly, the unintended consequences. We had a very good testimony from Ford City Works that does a lot of work with individuals in need and delivers food, helps them with travel, and says this is going to be just an extremely costly additional cost to them in terms of doing the work that they need to do and support the individuals that they support primarily in what looks like the Frog Hollow area right here in town. So I don't believe this is the structure that we should be moving to in this legislation, or having the Department of Labor do something outside of their normal focus. So that's just the concerns I have to start with, and I'll let others speak on that. But
First, let me respond to a
Oh,
couple of
yeah,
things that you
please.
said. I do think that this harkens back to a time when we used to have taxi companies that the state regulated in terms of what they could charge. And so I do believe there is the apparatus and the ability to do this. I'm not convinced that DOL couldn't enforce a statute that we established as a legislature. I think they do have the ability and the authority to do it. I also think, though, that this is an area where, as this bill moves forward, we may want to examine whether that's the right agency to do that, because I do believe in the past DOT has had a bigger role in setting standards and regulating the taxi industry, and it may be better suited there. So I think there are some considerations that should be given to that as we move forward. But I do think that the idea that a person who is using this service and the company that is providing the service do have an obligation both to the customer, which I think these companies adhere to let them know what the cost of the trip will be. I think they are. I know I've used it and I've been told what the cost will be, not necessarily why it costs that much or that little. Whereas in the taxi industry, it was always laid out very clearly when you got in a cab, you saw what they were going to charge you right there in the back seat. So I think that this is it's a new technology that is actually providing a service that has been around for a very, very long time. And I will acknowledge they may do it better for the customer. I think some of us have seen the advantage in that, especially in areas where we don't have cabs driving up and down the streets like you would have in New York City. There's still a very vibrant New York City taxi cab business. But I think that we still need to understand it, and as a legislature, look and make sure that we are setting statutes that require both transparency and accountability to the customers, but also to the people who are driving.
And I appreciate that. And thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just looking at, we have a lot of people that don't drive, period. This is a resource to them to have groceries delivered. And groceries are high enough. It may not be forever. But at this time, the added cost to an individual that can't get out, that's a senior, that's using one of these to get their groceries. A single parent that just doesn't have time to drag 2 or 3 kids to the grocery stores and maybe has a meal delivered. That's the things that we need to think about when we impose this. That you just heard the numbers: $36 an hour, $27 for travel. That's not cheap. I'm gonna be a driver. See, part-time as this goes, so. And then there's additional other things that are cleaning the car, federal, there's more additional costs. So I'm just keeping the people that rely on these services for assistance as I move forward. I'm voting on this. So again, I thank you for your comments earlier.
Thank you, Representative Ackert. Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. This is one of the most ironic pieces of legislation that I've run across yet. It shocks me, the level of government interference and overreach that can be contained in just a few pages of policy. And it's just so interesting. I mean, I was here when we created the TNC legislation. That's Transportation Network Company, I recall. And I remember it was such a hot potato that not a single committee wanted to even debate the subject. It bounced around. Nope, not transportation. Nope, not and it ended up in my lap. And I was the ranking member of the insurance committee at the time. I don't know how that was related, but I remember having a very lengthy debate on the floor of the House with my good friend, Representative Sean Scanlon, our current comptroller. And we talked for, I don't know, several hours about the legislation that, if I recall, was framed and told to me over and over again at the request of one of the major transportation network companies, that they actually came into Connecticut and they said, we want to be regulated. Give us a bill. And it's so funny because I wonder if they're thinking that now. I doubt it. Think about this. You know, the chairman very pointedly said we used to have taxi companies. And I will just correct you, Madam Chairman. We still have taxi companies, not too many of them. And I don't know that they're very fruitful endeavors any longer. But we should sit back and just kind of think about, you know, why that is. Maybe it's because the state of Connecticut, and I would also include the willful cooperation and participation of some of those taxi companies in an effort to crowd out their competition, over-regulated that industry into a point where it became less viable for consumers. And lo and behold, that's what created Uber and Lyft and other companies like them, because they saw an opportunity to enter into a marketplace that was made expensive and less than viable for a lot of consumers. So they came in and offered a cheap way for people to get around, and people immediately gravitated towards it and thought it was a great opportunity. And they were right, because it was a solution to a problem, and it was a free market solution to a problem. And it was a more or less unregulated free market solution to a problem that allowed people who had a car and free time to be able to capitalize on that, and people that needed a cheap ride to benefit. What a great thing. That's how our system is supposed to work. Markets are created based out of need and the ability to provide goods and services, and that just happens naturally. And then the government gets involved and begins to regulate aspects of industries. What's so funny is that when I was having this debate way back, I don't know what year it was that we debated this on the floor of the House, I was on the side of regulating TNCs. But that's because I recognized that what was happening then is we were taking a completely similar industry that was already highly regulated and doing nothing to change the game for them, but telling their new competitor that was going to enter their marketplace and deliver the same service that they didn't have any of the same regulation whatsoever. And some of those regulations were actually important for the safety of drivers and for consumers, and background checks on drivers, for example, something that was back and forth and ultimately didn't happen. But now this bill that's in front of us is proposing to regulate the pants off of this industry in a way that I think will just kill it. Because from what I can tell, the transportation network company industry is already hurting. They are certainly not operating at the same levels that they were at the start, at the innovation of those companies. And I have a couple of friends that actually drive for Uber, and they tell me that, you know, the rides are just not there like they once were. And I don't know what's going to happen when those rides cost significantly more, which is what's going to happen here. Just from a pure standpoint of, you know, market reaction, that's what's going to happen when you are making statements in law that say a network worker shall receive a minimum per trip compensation. I mean, I can't believe that we would put this in a law to tell a private business how much they have to pay their employees. And they're not, excuse me, not employees, how they have to pay someone for an independent contract to do something that is negotiated in good faith by the parties. And it's completely at will. There is no force. Again, I know that we're constantly talking about how people are being compelled to do things because they have a job, but no one's compelling them to have that job. Certainly, I heard the testimony of the people complaining that the job doesn't pay enough and so forth, but that's just a fact of life. You know, jobs pay what the market will bear. And we saw what happened to the taxi industry when the price became too much for consumers. Less and less people use taxis. And now this will have the exact same effect on TNCs when we force the rates to go up by virtue of putting requirements for not just pay, but a lot of other things in this bill on the people that provide these services. So that's the matter of fact result of what this policy will do. And it's a simple no based on that. But my concern is just the shocking degree with which this committee and this legislature thinks that it has the right to engage in activity like that. It just blows me away. I sit here and I can't even believe that we are in America and there is a bill in front of us that is going to tell this private company to tell a willing independent contractor how much they have to pay them. It just blows me away. It does not belong in this country. This activity is an anathema to everything that the country stands for. It is also proven time and time again to damage markets, to prevent opportunity, to prevent jobs, and to reduce production. Look around the world at communist and socialist countries. That's what happens to them. They do not survive because you cannot have the government in charge of dictating people's pay. You can't. The reason why people engage in coming up with brilliant ideas like creating an Uber is because they have the opportunity to make something of themselves in the process, to benefit from that idea, to make themselves sometimes incredibly wealthy. But in the process, they also give opportunity to other people who are afforded jobs and more opportunity themselves. But then the government comes along and says, oh, no, we can't let actual free market activity occur where everybody's happy and they're doing their own thing and they're pursuing their own freedom. We've got to come along and we've got to interrupt that. And the net result of this policy, and I will guarantee it, I'll make a bet with anybody listening in this room for dinner, that if we actually pass this policy, there will be not only less rideshare activity, but there will be less people gainfully employed doing it. And there will be people suffering on the street that need to get a ride because they don't have an alternative that's inexpensive. It's bad, bad policy. And it's worse than that, Madam Chairman. It is something that this flies in the face of our American system. And if this bill comes to the floor of the Senate, I can promise you a lengthy debate on it. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Sampson. And you did say something I appreciate your correction to my words, because I definitely misspoke when I said we used to have taxi companies. I actually represented taxi drivers in the state of Connecticut that still are here and working. So I thank you for that correction, because I'm embarrassed that I even said it. They were great people, and I'm glad that to have had that opportunity to work with them. There's much that you said that we know we're not going to debate, but I do want to point out that as far as this industry goes, it is this gig economy that we're facing, and the changes that are going on because of the technology that's available has presented some challenges to us as legislators to understand and to figure out how we make sure that we are continuing to create standards and working conditions that meet the needs of our families here in Connecticut, and that also, you know, are workable. So in this instance, I do want to mention, probably should have mentioned it sooner, that there is, this legislation mirrors very closely legislation in the state of Washington. It's relatively new, so I don't think we know yet whether it's going to destroy the, I think it's highly unlikely that it will destroy the Uber, Lyft businesses. I don't think that the folks in Washington would have passed legislation they thought that would destroy a new industry. But we do have that model before us. And I think it is a genuine attempt, as this is, to make sure that as these new technologies develop and people are subject, workers are subject to those new technologies, that we also, as a state, are moving forward and adopting reasonable and sensible laws that will regulate those industries, as we've done, you know, for generations. So, you know, I appreciate your comments, however, and as always, want you to have a full opportunity to express your views. Any other comments? Representative Weir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just on that last, you know, being that it is new, I'll just camp on that statement. If it's new to Washington, I think we ought to take great caution. You know, maybe it isn't as dire as Senator Sampson says it's going to be. But if it's going to destroy anybody, I think we should let Washington destroy themselves before we enact a process here that'll destroy this business in Connecticut. So let's let them give it a little bit of time for it to shake out. I'd like to point out a couple examples of personal experience. I've had twice in the past couple of months the opportunity to travel to a different city and ride in Uber. You know, I don't have Lyft on my, no disparaging to Lyft, but I have Uber on my phone. And one of the things I noticed, I traveled to Denver to a conference, and from the airport to the destination, got picked up by the driver in a brand new Suburban. It was loaded, beautiful. And I didn't order the black, as they call it. It was a regular, I ordered the regular Uber, and that's what showed up. On the ride back, a couple days later, we're picked up by a driver in a Volkswagen SUV, and the costs were relatively the same. Perhaps I know that there's a, you know, there is a different cost differentiation based on demand sometimes, and whether you're in a, I think they don't call it a rush, but what do they call it? Well, you know, when there's a high demand, you tend to pay more. Surge, I think they call it. And you're going to pay surge pricing. But the fact of the matter is, the costs normalized for that were the same, but the vehicles were different. So I have to say that when we're listening to testimony from the drivers, you know, the driver in the Suburban, he chooses to drive a Suburban and chose, you know, I don't know whether he just was looking for a ride, you know, a fare, and picked me up. And maybe normally it's the Uber Black, but what showed up was the Uber XL. And so I just want to point out that there's different costs. I'm not sure how we can try to regulate from this side of the table what the guy in the VW pays for insurance and tires and oil changes, all that versus the Suburban. And so that's their choice as to how, how they're conducting their business and managing their costs. And so that's one piece of the thing I wanted that was noted. The other thing I'll note is more recently, I had the opportunity to travel to a different city after we'd heard testimony on this bill and got talking with the Uber driver, just asking a little bit about his day. What does his work day look like? And he said, certain time, this time of the day stinks. It's the middle of the week. There's nobody around. Yet there's other times, and he has what came out of that conversation was he has the freedom to choose when he's going to take a ride. He admitted that the shorter rides, he makes better money. We were going a couple miles, and he'll decline some of the longer rides because he's not making as much money, but that's his choice. That's his prerogative. And he'll hold out for the shorter rides. Also, so that has the freedom to choose where he goes and when he goes. So if he's got something, I've talked to drivers over the years, never thinking that, I'd end up here discussing a bill where we're trying to regulate their ability to make a living. But they have the freedom to choose their schedule. Some do this as a second job. We rode with a retiree, former Air Force pilot, just tons of experience. And that's what he chose to do. And he's making money that he gives to his grandson to take into the toy store with a wad of cash from his tips. So that was several experiences, but they have the freedom to choose where they're going to go, when they're going to go. And part of that flexibility is both ways. So I wanted to point that out. The other piece of this that I really struggle to get my head around is that we're trying to regulate independent contractors and their relationship with not their employer, with the Uber, with the company that contracts them out. I can't wrap my head around how we've got people who do this voluntarily as an independent contractor. There is an agreement in place between them, but it's an independent contractor. So I put this in the, coming from the contracting field, being a general contractor in my experience, if somebody at this table were to hire, forget me, you're not hiring me, you're hiring a general contractor to remodel your kitchen. A lot of people did home improvements, decks, kitchens during COVID. If you didn't have some work done, then you know somebody who did. And to me, I'm trying to liken this to you're having your kitchen remodeled, and the plumber. The other piece of this was having the receipt go to the driver, which to me is irrelevant. If the driver should just be worried about what they're making, not what Uber's making. But this would be like the electrician or the plumber or the painter asking the homeowner, how much did you pay the general contractor who managed the job? So in this case, I'm looking at Uber as the general contractor who manages the whole project, who has the software platform that we all enjoy. And without that platform, without that spark, that genius idea, and the management of it and the regulation that they're dealing with, and the drivers are the subcontractors who provide that direct service. And so I think if it takes both parties, but I can't imagine having the painter ask the question to the homeowner, what did I got paid $1,000. How much did you pay the GC? I just that to me is a parallel here that doesn't make sense. Why that's even relevant to the conversation. If the painter went into the job and was happy with what they got paid, he or she got paid. It's irrelevant and I say the same thing here. We did hear from some drivers who were unhappy with their pay. But again, I point back to the fact that this is a choice. And perhaps they should be negotiating directly with Uber than having us, they should be gathering and letting Uber know that they're not covering their costs, versus coming to us to mandate it when we don't even know what the costs are. The math isn't complete. The question that Representative Ackert asked, we don't know. And so I'm concerned with that. So for that reason, for those couple of reasons, I can't support this. These are independent contractors who have full control over their costs, schedules, freedom to take a ride, freedom not to take a ride, not to choose a fare, I should say. And I will just say that my experiences have almost always been positive. I tip well, recognizing that these people are performing a valuable service. But I can support the drivers and Uber for providing a great service. I can't support us getting involved in their transaction. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. I did get some information while we were discussing this, and the rates in this bill are very similar to the rates that are in the Washington State bill, as well as, I'm told, similar to the rates in New York. So they didn't come from thin air. But I did want to make sure that I advised you of that. I will recognize Representative Sanchez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a comment. I do look forward to continuing to work on this bill in the ways that would address all the hard work that went into this and further discuss the potential of a task force to tackle all the concerns that we're hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Seeing no hands, then I will ask the clerk to call the roll.
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion duly made and seconded on agenda item 7, Senate Bill 1180, an act concerning ride share and delivery driver minimum standards. The motion is to JFS the bill to the floor, and the relevant LCO is 6237. Senator Kushner.
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Representative Sanchez.
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
Representative Wilson.
Representative Wilson votes yes.
Senator Cabrera. Senator Sampson.
Sampson is no.
Representative Ackert.
No.
Representative Belton.
Belton is yes.
Representative Hall. Representative Hughes.
Hughes is a yes.
Senator Lesser.
Lester is a yes.
Representative Weir.
Rep. Weirs, no.
Representative Yakarino.
Representative Yakarino is no.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk, and the votes will be held open. Moving to item number 8, House Bill number 6789, an act concerning the Labor Department. This is a JFS to the floor. LCO 6240. Is there a motion?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded, and I do want to point out the S language in this particular bill. This is a bill that we heard in her testimony at a previous public hearing. It is one of those bills that is often called a placeholder. And this is an example of where there was testimony given under this broad title. And we have decided to draft S language that would cover that testimony that we heard. So the S language replaces the underlying bill. And it says that the bill would apply to employees in a bona fide executive capacity, which under the regulations is generally an employee who has duties that primarily consist of managing the enterprise or a department or subdivision of it, customarily and regularly directs the work of at least 2 other employees, has the authority to hire or fire other employees, or influence the hiring or firing, advancement or promotion of other employees, customarily and regularly exercises discretionary powers, does not devote more than a certain % of time to other activities, and is paid at least $400 per week on a salary basis. And that sounds very prescriptive, but it is because it mirrors our Fair Labor Standards Act. This bill allows employees of employers who fit that description that I just read to deduct the pay of certain executive employees in daily increments when the employees is suspended for violating a written workplace conduct rule prohibiting harassment or workplace violence. Under current state regulations, employees may only deduct the pay of these executive employees in weekly increments when they are suspended for violating ordinary rules of employee conduct. So this broadens the authority of the employer to suspend or withhold pay on daily increments when an employee who is a managerial employee, is described in the S language, is suspended for violating a written workplace conduct rule prohibiting harassment or workplace violence. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, then I would ask, seeing no hands, I would ask the clerk to, was there a hand? No, seeing no hands, I would ask the clerk to call the roll.
A roll call vote has been requested on agenda item 8, House Bill 6789, an act concerning the Labor Department. The motion is to JFS the bill to the floor, and the relevant LCO is 6240. Senator Kushner,
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Representative Sanchez,
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
Representative Wilson,
Representative Wilson votes yes.
Senator Cabrera, Senator Sampson,
Sampson is yes.
Representative Ackert,
Yes.
Representative Belton,
Belton votes yes.
Representative Hall, Representative Hughes,
Hughes votes yes.
Senator Lesser,
Lesser, yes.
Representative Weir,
Rep Weir is yes.
Representative Yakarino.
Yakarino, yes.
I'm sorry, Representative Yakarino, could you please repeat that?
Representative Yakarino, yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Next item on our agenda is item number 9, House Bill number 6791, an act concerning unemployment benefits for adjunct higher education faculty. It's a JFS to the floor, LCO number 6244.
So moved.
Thank you for that. Is there a motion? Yes, there's been a motion and it's been seconded. And I will now describe this bill. By law, a higher education institution's instructional researcher, principal administrative employee is ineligible for unemployment benefits if they are employed between if they are unemployed between 2 successive academic years or 2 regular terms, or during a customary vacation period or holiday recess, but have a reasonable assurance of being rehired by the institution once courses resume. This is a bill that would address higher education adjunct faculty who often don't know at the end of a semester whether they're going to be offered reemployment in the following term. And without some documentation from the university that would either say they're not going to get rehired in the fall, or says that they have a reasonable assurance of getting rehired in the fall, they are suspended in air without the opportunity to collect unemployment benefits. If an employee, a higher ed faculty member in this category were to accept unemployment, having not received any reasonable assurances, and then they did get hired, they would be liable for that because they weren't entitled to that unemployment. So it causes a real limbo for folks. This bill seeks to address it by saying that the universities have an obligation to offer reasonable assurances if that in fact is the case. And so it sets that out, but it also says that if that reasonable assurance is not realized, in other words, if they're given reasonable assurance at the end of a semester, but then they in fact don't have courses in the fall, then they can go back and collect the unemployment back retroactively. Now, the S language in this bill addresses a technical problem we had in the drafting, not by our drafters, by the way, but by the way we instructed our drafters. I would never impugn our drafters. But the way we had instructed them was that the unemployment person should be eligible for unemployment back to the time of the notice, but the notice comes before the last day of work. So it would actually provide unemployment during a period of time when they're still working, and obviously that would not be legal. So the S language corrects that problem, and it allows them to collect retroactively to the last till after they have been employed, so after their last date of employment. So that's the intention of this bill, and I will take any questions or comments or concerns. Representative Ackert.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and concerns actually. And I understand the value of our adjunct professors. And I believe that, if some of the areas that my concerns are, and I'll start with line 68. Which such institution has made a written, oral, or implied offer of employment. Just in my little small business that I have, any correspondence that I have with contractors, and contract customers, whatever it may be, I require my office to have documentation. This is just even scheduling a job. To say that, you know, an oral commitment where you're at the end of a semester and you've got the summer break coming up, and someone says to you, maybe a supervisor, hey, look forward to seeing you in the fall. That could be implied oral, confirmation of coming to work. I cannot imagine where you can even use oral at all in this legislation. And it should be and shall be written that you are saying that we're going to see you in the fall. Or, that this is that I think is just right off the bat. I can't imagine someone going off and saying that it can be oral. 10 days prior to the last day of an academic year, in sections 93 through 96, there was some testimony about that. I think that you're not really sure if you're going to have a class the following year, that fall, and that you may need to be that time should be more near the academic year. That just I have concern on that, not as much as the orally implied part. But then the piece that is questionable is 119 to 124 at the end of the legislation, where you've had some reasonable assurance orally that you may be coming back. Then you find out as the academic year starts that you're not coming back. Let's say that time frame. So if you're saying that, let's say a September start of a class, and you were given an oral commitment, late May or mid-May, that you may come back, that you can collect, if I'm not mistaken, you can collect unemployment back to that day retroactively. Is that correct? Through that section?
That is correct. Back until the last day of employment. It says specifically that you can only collect if you are otherwise eligible for unemployment, which I believe the requirement is that you can't be working.
Right. You took the summer break, right? As a professor might, and then knew you had oral reasonable assurance orally that you may be back in the fall. You come back in the fall, and there isn't a job there for you, so you say, well, I'm going to collect unemployment now, but it goes back to the date that you should have been reasonably assured back in May, and you collect pay for that summer on the unemployment compensation. And that unemployment compensation, I'm not correct, is funded by the employer, the college, correct?
I just want to be clear. It goes back to when you were told by the institution that you had a reasonable expectation of returning to work in the fall. So
yes,
the employer has the obligation to give reasonable assurances. And if they do, and the person does not have a job in the fall, then they can collect it back to when they were last employed.
That's that's what I
And
was,
it is
yeah,
paid
that's
for by the
that's how I read this. Okay. I think I could be, I'll look at this legislation. I'm going to be a no at this time. But I think that orally is not a way to do business. And retroactive unemployment pay for not working on your own will. By not working the summer, I'd have a problem with that section too. But if there's open to discussions on this, I would work with the leadership on this, but at this point, I'm a no.
Thank you, Representative Ackert. Always willing to continue these conversations. Any other comments or questions on this bill? I see no hands, so I would ask the clerk to call the roll.
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion duly made and seconded on agenda item 9. House Bill 6791, an act concerning unemployment benefits for adjunct higher education faculty. The motion is to JFS the bill to the floor. The relevant LCO is number 6244. Senator Kushner,
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Representative Sanchez,
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
Representative Wilson,
Representative Wilson votes yes.
Senator Cabrera,
Senator Cabrera votes yes.
Senator Sampson,
Sampson is no.
Representative Ackert,
No.
Representative Belton,
Belton votes yes.
Representative Hall, Representative Hughes,
Yes.
Senator Lesser,
Lesser, yes.
Representative Weir,
Rep. Weirs, no.
Representative Yakarino.
Representative Yakarino is no.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk, and we will be holding votes open. We are going to take a 5-minute recess and we will reconvene in a few minutes. Thank you. Okay, we are back on the record. And we will now take up item number 10. That's House Bill number 6859, an act concerning predictable scheduling. It's a J up to the floor. Is there a motion?
So moved, Rep Hughes.
It's been moved and seconded. This is a bill that would, let me get my notes out. This bill requires employers with at least 500 employees within the US or globally to pay certain types of employees. And that would include retail, food service, hospitality establishments, and long-term healthcare establishments. Half of their regular pay rate for any scheduled hours that the employer cancels or reduces after the employee reports to work for the scheduled hours or less than 7 days in advance. The bill covers, as I mentioned, retail, food services, hospitality, long-term healthcare. It requires that you employ more than 500 workers globally, or as part of a restaurant with at least 30 locations worldwide, or operates as a franchise that is part of a network with at least 500 employees worldwide. The core feature of this bill is that employers must give employees their schedule at least 2 weeks in advance. If a worker has a schedule change with less than 1 week's notice, and that could involve additional or moved work hours, that employee would get an additional extra hour of pay as incentive to work the additional hours. If the work schedule is reduced, the employee will receive half the pay as compensation for each hour lost in a shift reduction or a cancellation. Are there any questions or comments? Representative Weir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate the clarification on the new language. I point out that I believe the Connecticut Department of Labor was listed as in opposition to this bill due to the increased staff costs. So I don't think they even have a great way to, they don't even support the bill from my notes. So I'll start there. Just point out that I hate to see distinctions made, generally speaking. I shouldn't say hate. I dislike distinctions made between small business and large business when we carve out franchisees or franchises versus non-franchise business. I think it's yeah, I just think it's not good to, whether a business employs 500, 1,000, or 2. This is punitive on businesses. And then, it's almost like if you got a business of 10 people, then we're endorsing or we're somehow, approving of that behavior, but not, this policy is no good when you've got a larger business. So I just think this should be uniform. I think it's a terrible concept. I'll start there, but I think the fact that we try to carve out a big business versus a small business is not good for anybody. I'll remind people in this room and my colleagues that we came out of COVID. Obviously, I referenced that before. Even prior to COVID, the restaurant business has an incredibly high failure rate. One of the toughest businesses to start, run, operate well, make a living for the owner, even for their employees. It's a tough business to be in. Go try even pre-COVID, talking to a lender to try to start up a new restaurant or buy an existing one. It's really hard to get financing because they fail so often. And you'll see, a building that you drive by may one year have a pizza restaurant, the next year it's a Irish pub. And that's because operating a business is tough. They're tight margins. It's unpredictable. Certainly during COVID, I mean, you can't predict a virus, but then our own government shut them down, right? They didn't even have the option to be open. So here we come and I think we look to, I think this is not only going to harm the businesses, it's going to harm the employees. We heard I was at a Chamber of Commerce event last week, and there was a fellow who operates a banquet facility. And I didn't get to spend a lot of time with him in Northeastern Connecticut. So I'm going to assume he doesn't employ 500 employees. But he said this type of legislation would be detrimental to his business, devastating to his business. He had just talked about the parties, their short notice cancellations. We had somebody testify about a business owner, restaurant owner testify about having a banquet that was canceled the day before, large banquet. He had the whole party planned and he had to let his, the banquet canceled, right? They canceled the party. And so what do you do with the employees at that point? Everybody's kind of in that, in a bad predicament together. And so to further harm the business owner by now he's got to pay the employees who didn't work. It's hard on everybody. He also talked about, working with the employees voluntarily when an employee had to call out on short notice that an exam was scheduled and they needed the day off on a day that they were scheduled, or a kid was sick. An employee's kid was sick and couldn't come to work, and the restaurant owner and the employee worked it out. So, I think we need to give more consideration to the relationships that are developed between an employer and an employee, and recognize that it's not adversarial like it seems like this committee wants it to be. People are there willingly, and I've worked for places that worked out for me. I've worked for places that didn't. And at that time, it was my decision to say, this is for me or this isn't for me. And I think this is a really bad precedent that we're going to set to put, further restrictions on businesses. As I mentioned before, we have an incredibly tight labor market. As far as I'm concerned, the employees have all the opportunity they want to find something that works, whether it's an industry or maybe it's a different employer. Stay in the same industry and you work, go to somebody else because they are more flexible or they offer more in benefits or wages. And that's the beauty that we have here, is we have choice. And so I think by us inserting the might of government into this discussion, I think we're not only going to harm the businesses, I'm certain we're going to harm the businesses. I think we could end up harming the employees as well. We've seen certainly some of the fast foods go to kiosks. And so, when you increase the cost of labor, you make it more difficult to hire labor. You're doing your ordering through a touchscreen window and picking your food up at maybe another window, or somebody's handing you the food. But I don't think we want to encourage any more of that. I think there'll be less jobs if we enact this type of legislation. I think it was Denver. Denver's gone to, I've read somewhere that yesterday, the day before, that they have gone to in their couple of their McDonald's, they're trying out no employees. So you make your order through a touch screen and you pick it's like a vending machine for McDonald's. And how do the employees benefit from that? They don't. You make too many regulations, make it too difficult to operate, they'll eliminate where they can. So I can't support this as it's written. I appreciate the intent that people want to schedule, they want to be able to plan, and sometimes that's just not possible due to weather. In fact, just last week we had a snowstorm here, right? I mean, the governor said that all executive employees, non-essential employees, were not to report. So if we applied that to to a restaurant, and I'm certain, I was here, but the roads were lousy, and I didn't go to a restaurant that night. But I imagine if I had, when the only people out are the plow trucks and the DOT, I imagine that's going to be tough to schedule somebody. Especially when in the Northwest Connecticut, they got 18 inches, and around here maybe we had a couple. And down by the shore, they had rain. And so, you just can't predict everything. And I think we're trying to do too much here. We're trying to have too much control, and let the people do what they know best, how to schedule and work together and work it out together. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Ackert. Oh, God. I apologize. You look to Ackert, you look to your left. I saw that and I was thinking Representative Ackert, but I know you're Representative Weir. Anyone else? figured. Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Yeah, no, I concur certainly with Representative Weir's comments on the bill, and we certainly could go at some length to just going through the bill and talking about all the different terms that are included within, and I'll touch on a few of those things, but I want to speak more generally about this policy. I am very pleased that the title is actually something that I can get behind, which is an act concerning predictable scheduling. In the past, it's been called an act concerning a fair work week, et cetera, and so forth. And I, folks who
But I think there's something you'd be happy to know. Is that all right?
Sure.
Just to that point, I don't like to interrupt any representative or Senator Sampson, but I do feel like you brought up the title, and it's an appropriate moment to suggest that this title was the title that Q Williams wanted us to call it. And so we went to that title for that reason. So it is in his honor that you see the title change. Thank you.
Well, I'm glad to know that, and thanks to Q for choosing a reasonable title, which doesn't happen nearly as often as I'd like to see it happen. It's very frustrating to see bills that are characterized in a certain way when I could easily write a title that's might be biased in the other direction on plenty of them. But that's what this is. It's an act concerning predictable scheduling. And as was pointed out, there are just some industries that are not predictable. And I think that the proponents of this legislation recognize that, which is why they chose only certain occupations. And I guess that would be my very first question, which is, why did we choose the occupations that we did? Food service establishments, hospitality establishments, long-term healthcare establishments. Is that right, Madam Chairman?
That is correct. And we chose those because those are the industries that employ a lot of shift workers and frequently low wage workers in those positions that people are working shifts.
Well, thank you for the answer. And the point of my question was simply to point out that I think everybody knows that those particular industries employ a lot of on-call shift workers. And I think another thing that is important to note about that is that the employees themselves know that those industries employ on-call shift workers as well. And I think when you go and make a decision to go work for a business that has that type of scheduling issue, you know that in advance. I certainly understand the goal here, which is to prevent employees from being put in a negative circumstance based on their scheduling. But as I have mentioned so many times, and I really don't want to sound like a broken record up here, but the fact of the matter is that's something that needs to be negotiated between those parties, because there are certain people that are more than willing to work these types of jobs. And how do we know that? Because they are right now. I have, seen people in every one of these industries and dealt with folks and have had conversations with them about whether or not these types of jobs are unfair specifically because of those requirements. And the response is uniformly, that getting in. It's kind of like anything. I mean, if you were going to be concerned about the sight of blood, you probably would not choose to go into the medical profession. But just as likely as you are to see blood working in a hospital, you are very likely to end up having a shift canceled due to weather, or be asked to work a shift because there's a new band in town and they expect to have a lot of people in the bar that night. It's just a matter of reality. And the danger of a policy like this is the same as all the other overreaching policies that we've discussed today and in previous meetings of this committee, which is that the people that we're aiming to benefit with this legislation are going to be at a disadvantage as a result. The testimony that we heard, I thanks to Representative Weir for pointing out that the Department of Labor has concerns right out of the gate. They said, due to the increased staff costs that would be required to enforce the provisions of this bill, the department is unable to support this bill at the time. And I know that there is a focus on maybe expanding the staff of the Department of Labor, but I'd rather not see the state government expanded, the Department of Labor expanded, or any more cost to taxpayers, because certainly that's not benefiting the climate of Connecticut under any circumstances. They also say that there are conditions under which an employer would need to pay an employee for canceled or reduced shifts in Section 4, but those are broad and difficult to establish. And the concern is that the Department of Labor would be placed in a position of determining whether the inability of employers' operations to begin or continue were due to the failure of a public utility, shutdown, et cetera, et cetera. So we should be sympathetic to the state agencies that are involved before we start tasking them with more work and more responsibility, is the first thing I would say. But what's really interesting is that all the testimony in opposition are effectively businesses in these fields who are expressing, maybe expressing is wrong, maybe begging is a better word, for leniency from the state of Connecticut, because I think we've put them in such a position now that they feel that they have to come to this committee and plead for legislation that is less harmful to them as an industry. And it just shocks me that we live in a environment where that is the common course of business in the Labor Committee, that we have industries who are targeted and feeling so, and trying to react. And I can tell in the tone of their correspondence that they're doing whatever they can to not become further targets down the road. And I just, it's unfortunate, but if you read the testimony of the various folks that submitted from the retail industry, from restaurants, and certainly from the hotel folks, you discover that these business owners they're concerned. I mean, to say the least, about the future success and viability of the industry that they are operating in. It's wrong to go and change the rules on people that have risked everything to establish a business. You know, what's fascinating to me is that, you know, not to get too far off track, but like, you know, when we had the debate in this building about Sunday sales of alcohol, and there are other similar things too. I know we're talking about grocery stores selling wine and things like that. The issue for me is that, number one, I'm a free market person first. So I'm like, well, it's pro-consumer to have those businesses open on Sunday. And I believe that we want to make sure that there's no impediment to someone who wanted to be open on Sunday. So an automatic, yes, we should have freedom. But then I said, wait a second. And that is that, you know, the people that got into those industries under a certain set of rules that they understood. And before they took the capital investment out of their pocket to go ahead and say, I'm going to open a liquor store, they had to understand what the ramifications were. And that was partially understanding what the regulatory scheme is that they would have to operate in. And they understood that to mean that they would not have to be open on Sunday because that was the law. So in some respects, changing the regulatory scheme and environment on an industry can have disastrous effects. And we heard their testimony. And I think that's why so many people opposed that legislation, because they were concerned about the damage that would be done. And that's the same thing here. The damage that's going to be done here is hard to predict and hard to measure, as much as a schedule might be during the winter months, or if you're a business that operates based on what happens elsewhere in the world, like the hotel industry. The hotel industry naturally is going to react to things that it has no control over, whether there's a concert in town or whether we heard somebody mentioned Southwest Airlines, you know, canceled all their flights one day. So the hotels ended up filling up. That is not a predictable thing. And yet these businesses have to react to that. And what this policy will do will require those businesses either to turn away customers and inconvenience a great many people in those situations, or they're going to end up having to keep staff on. And of course, if they keep staff on that's doing nothing, well, those jobs will not pay as much because obviously you can't be paying extra people to hang around and do nothing. And eventually, that'll mean, less people entering that industry because it's not a profitable industry. I just have a few questions about the bill. I mean, what strikes me about this was that it almost seems like an attempt to make private businesses as expensive and inefficient as government is. Anyway, who decided, Madam Chairman, that these were the three industries that we were going to target in this proposed legislation?
We determined these are the 4 industries that have shift workers in many, really significant numbers of shift workers, and also fit the description of the size of an employer. So this is not just something that we've looked at here in Connecticut. These are issues that are being addressed around the country and have actually been successfully addressed in some other jurisdictions. And so it made sense for us to look at these same industries.
Well, thank you for that answer. And thank you for correcting me. You're right. There are 4 industries: retail, food services, hospitality, and long-term healthcare. I would maybe take issue with your assertion that they were successfully implemented policies. I don't know that that's the case. I've read a number of articles about the implementation of similar legislation across the country, and I think there's a wide variation of, first off, what the policy actually was that was implemented, and also how these different industries responded to it and whether or not they benefited or the employees benefit. I think that there's a lot of individual cases, and it's very hard to make a categorical determination one way or another. I have a bunch of notes in the margin here, and as we were joking earlier that I can't read my own handwriting sometimes. Under Section 2, there's a statement that says, upon hiring of an employee, an employer shall obtain a written statement from the employee of such employee's desired number of weekly work hours, the days and times such employee is available to work, and inform such employee that such written statement may be modified by the employee at any time. And I just found that interesting. And I think that's, part of it, every conversation when somebody gets hired for a job, which is, well, what are the hours? And, can you work those hours? And well, I can do that, but I on Tuesdays, I have to, something else to do. So I have to leave at 4:30. Is that okay with you? And that's how business is done. This seems to basically put the terms in writing from an employee standpoint, basically requiring that the employer must agree to these terms for the foreseeable future. And I guess that's a concern because it says the employee can modify it at any time, but can the employer modify such an agreement? I don't think so. And that's basically impossible. The fact of the matter is that every type of employment that exists is going to change on a day-to-day basis. I don't care whether you work in a restaurant or a bar, or you're a car mechanic, or you're a doctor. Sometimes there's more cars broken on any given day. Sometimes there are more patients in the ER than there are on other days. Things do change. And I don't know why we would require one side of a voluntary employment agreement to live up to a requirement made by the other without offering the both parties the opportunity to negotiate changes, because ultimately that's how a system like ours works. When we have at-will employment, everything is negotiated. And the fact of the matter is that if an employer comes along and says, you know what, hey, Rob, I'm going to need you to start working on Thursday nights, I'm going to say, I can't work on Thursday nights, and the employer is going to be left to decide whether or not they still want me in their employ. And I'm going to say, I'm going to have to decide whether I still want the job. That is natural and it is perfectly acceptable because it is the only viable solution. To suggest that somehow the government interfering with that contract and holding the employer to a higher standard that they have to accommodate the employee in every circumstance doesn't make any sense. And it will certainly not benefit consumers. And it will certainly not benefit employees because I'm telling you, employers, aside from everything else that I've said over and over in this committee about how this is going to, damage the business climate and discourage people from entering these industries, which is all true. It's also going to discourage employers from hiring certain people. They are going to be very cautious about who they choose as an employee because they are going to want people that are going to be as malleable and workable to whatever changes can happen as possible. Of course, Madam Chairman, be my.
I just wanted to point to line 95 in that same section. It does say an employer shall revise the written estimate, and it gives that not just at the employee's availability, but also the employer's business needs. So I think there is flexibility written into this for the employer as well. And I know I think you were asking and then you didn't come back to ask the question, but I don't think that what's contained in paragraphs 1, I think it's clarified in paragraph 2 that it's not a contract that requires the employer to live up to the hours that are discussed in writing.
Yeah, no, I can appreciate that, except it most certainly is, because effectively, much like the previous bill that we discussed, on one hand, we're creating a policy and, oh, it's such a beneficial policy and everybody's going to get along and this is going to work so great and they're going to work it out in advance and everything else. But simultaneously, the other half of the bill is a cause of action and a method to punish the employer. There's no punishment for the employee that doesn't live up to their obligations in this at all. It is only the employer that will have to accommodate the employee, and they will have to, in every case, be scared that they're going to end up on the wrong end of a lawsuit or worse. For example, lines 168 to 172, this is the part where it says the inability of an employer's operations to begin or continue due to the failure of a public utility, the shutdown of public transportation, fire, flood, or other natural disaster, et cetera. I mean, who's going to verify that? And who's going to make the ultimate determination on whether that failure of a public utility actually impacted the business in a certain way that they couldn't fulfill the scheduled obligation? The wording in here that says that employers, if they change the schedule, they have to pay additional pay to the employee. Why couldn't we leave that to the employer and employee to work out? If you call me and I'm on schedule, I'll do it, but you're going to have to give me an extra $25 or whatever tonight to make up for my tips or whatever. You could do so many things in a market-based solution environment. And this, like everything else that we're doing on the agenda, takes away market-based solutions that are most beneficial in the world. I mean, I can't say enough that the reason why we live in the most prosperous place on this planet in the most prosperous time in human history is because of freedom. The freedom of people to engage in commerce on their own terms. When you start to regulate that interaction, that freedom goes away. People's desire to improve themselves goes away. The opportunities go away, and so do the results. And we end up, in a far worse place. And all you got to do is look at, history where this has occurred in other places. Section 4 is that section where we start to get into the compensation issue. Section 5, let me see. It says employers should make every effort to schedule existing employees for such existing employees' desired number of weekly hours.
if an employer fails to offer existing employees opportunities to work such existing employees' desired number of weekly work hours, such employer shall compensate the existing employee. So we're saying here effectively that the employer is at the will and whim of what the employee's desires are. I mean, it's right here in the bill. Now, I have said many, many times in this committee that generally speaking, employer-employee relationships are positive. People go to work for companies that they like. They go to work for a boss that they appreciate. People hire people that they think can benefit their company, and they want to reward good employees for things that benefit the operation. All of this undermines that. All of this effectively adds to that constantly evolving and more adversarial relationship. And I don't want to see that created in our laws. Anyway, moving on, Section 8, a big question here. It says any person aggrieved by violation of any provision, et cetera, et cetera. The labor commissioner, and then it says the attorney general may bring a civil action in Superior Court. Can I ask, Madam Chairman, why the attorney general is involved in this proposed bill?
So the private right of action allows for any person to seek civil penalties, as you said. Public enforcement, it authorizes the labor commissioner or the attorney general to pursue civil actions for violations. And I think we have seen instances of this currently where an agency finds a violation and enforces penalties on that employer, and they don't adhere, and the attorney general steps in. And so I think it does give some ability for the attorney general to also pursue violations and enforcement of this bill.
Yes, in fact, it says the attorney general may bring a civil action in the Superior Court to recover damage. That's what it says. Do people on this committee know that
it doesn't require them to? It doesn't.
No, it doesn't require them to. No, but it says that they may. Do the people on this committee know what the responsibility of the attorney general is? Do they know? The attorney general's job is to be the attorney for the state of Connecticut. They represent the state of Connecticut in legal proceedings, both as a defendant and as a prosecutor if necessary. What it doesn't say is that the attorney general can pick and choose which civil disputes exist between private free citizens and then pick a side to defend or prosecute in a civil case. And it's absurd, Madam Chairman. It really is. The idea that we want to empower the attorney general to engage as a private attorney and to pick a side in a dispute in a civil action, it doesn't make any sense to me at all. And it's not the first time I've seen it, nor has it been the first time that I see that we've included language saying that attorney's fees and costs to be taxed by the court. This is all very, very one-sided and for the express purpose of giving the employee, in this case, the opportunity to file whatever lawsuit they want or make whatever claim they want, no matter how frivolous, because they have nothing to lose. Effectively, the business owner in this case is the one on and that has the consequence that they have to deal with. Anyway, as I said, I kind of got a little off track because I didn't want to spend a lot of time talking about the actual language of the bill and simply the consequences of bringing yet another policy into Connecticut that is going to have a harmful impact on our business climate. This is clearly going to do so. I think that the people who work in these industries, the people that own the businesses that are involved, they have brought up numerous examples and circumstances to indicate that this is just not workable. This does not, have a way of allowing them to operate their businesses in a way that is expected of them by consumers, And certainly, it's going to put them at a disadvantage that they had not predicted when they entered into those industries, which concerns me that we're changing the playing field, much like the previous bill about the TNCs. I don't think that Uber, when they got into the state, realized that the state was going to come along and tell them, oh, by the way, we're going to come up with a plan and we're going to schedule how much you have to pay your people. I don't think that they thought that was going to happen when they decided to engage in that activity. This type of policy has a negative impact far beyond simply the policy that we're looking at before us. There's certainly that, and there's certainly going to be a result from it, and there's certainly going to be a negative impact on these industries. And of course, that means the negative impact on those industries extends not just to the industries themselves, but the people that work for those industries, the very people you're trying to protect, and all of us as consumers trying to get services. I want to be able to get a hotel room when my flight cancels. And I don't know that when you start messing around with that industry that I'm going to be able to do that. But it's far worse. And the reason why it's far worse is because it's just sending a message. I said before, a flashing neon sign. Connecticut, the land of unbelievable government regulation and one-sided policymaking, harmful to any type of entrepreneurial activity. I mean, this is not the Constitution state anymore. It's the anti-entrepreneur state. I wonder if that belongs on license plates. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Sampson. Representative Acker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just clarification on those businesses that will be impacted. I see that it's franchisee. So if we have multiple franchisees, most of them obviously in the restaurant business, but the small franchisees. So if somebody buys a franchise, single store owner, 2-store owner, franchise, if they're under, they are impacted by this, right? So I'm not going to use a term, but we know the franchises out there. There's a number of restaurant franchises. So if somebody buys a single unit restaurant in Connecticut that it's under a franchise logo, they are impacted by this. Is that correct?
Most likely, if that franchise meets the other requirements globally.
So over 500 employees typically, and they would. These franchises that I'm thinking of would easily meet that. Have over 500 employees nationally, but it's not that the single owners, because there is a 30 restaurant piece in here, but that's not a franchise. If somebody owns 30 restaurants, they would be impacted by that, 30 or more. But the other one, if someone just owns 1 or 2, but it's under a franchise logo, they are under this. And that's the way I read it, correct?
I believe that's correct.
Because that puts them at a disadvantage. If they have 1 or 2 small sandwich shops, coffee shops, the person across the street has same amount of stores, 1 or 2. They're not under this legislation. So it's harder. I get it. If someone has 500 employees or they have 200 employees in a establishment, retail establishment, it's easy for them to fill the slots of somebody being out or a couple of people being out. But when it's a small shop, they just don't have, it's like anybody owning 1 store. So they just don't have the ability to fill those slots like a large organization. So I think that puts them at a very strong disadvantage. And so that's where I have my major pause on this overall. It's just why was I don't think long-term healthcare services were in our past legislations that we brought up in earlier years. Is that correct?
There was a time when long-term healthcare services establishments were in, they were not in the last version we did of this bill. And, if you want to know why, I can tell you.
Why do you think of the healthcare, this is the one that was chosen to be in here and potentially not others?
I believe that the long-term healthcare establishments were not in the bill last year. I think they were dealing with a lot of very difficult times because of the pandemic.
Mhm.
But I do think that the pandemic actually demonstrates to us the importance of having a stable staff in long-term care facilities. And so I think that's why it's in the bill.
I think it'd be great if they had, staffing levels that were consistent with, that's what struggles with all our businesses right now, is staffing itself. Telling them when we are, in this case, we're giving them a schedule that they've agreed to, or they let us know in terms of the employee letting us know what their schedules that they want. Which I thought was quite interesting when hiring, that once upon hiring, to me, I think prior to hiring, the language should state that the employee discusses the hours that they would work. If they then fit your need, then you hire them, rather than the opposite, hire them and then talk about when they will be able to work. So for a couple of reasons, I'll be a no on this. The fact that we're affecting the franchisees themselves, and again, the volatility of some of these businesses overall is a struggle for me to support it. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no hands, I will ask the clerk to call the roll.
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion duly made and seconded on agenda item 10. House Bill 6859, an act concerning predictable scheduling. The motion is to JF the bill to the floor. Senator Kushner,
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Representative Sanchez,
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
Representative Wilson,
Representative Wilson votes yes.
Senator Cabrera, Senator Sampson,
Sampson is no.
Representative Ackert.
No.
Representative Belton, Representative Hall, Representative Hughes,
Hughes is a yes.
Senator Lesser, Representative Weir,
Rep Weir is no.
Representative Yakarino.
Representative Yakarino is no.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Clark,
Yes.
Senator Lester's a yes.
Thank you,
Sen-
Senator.
You got that vote?
Yes, I did. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So votes will be held open as we've stated previously. Next on our agenda is House Bill number 6861, an act adopting the recommendations of the task force to study the state workforce and retiring employees. This is a JFS to the floor, LCO number 6291. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second, Representative Sanchez.
It's been moved and seconded. This bill comes out of the recommendations of the task force that met previous to last legislative session and developed recommendations looking at the state of Connecticut and its workforce and anticipating a great number of retirements, which in fact did take place. The bill has S language in it, so it is different than what we first heard. It requires state agencies to take certain steps regarding discrimination and retaliation and disparities in the workplace, and creates 2 new positions in state government to pursue equity and racial justice in state agencies. It includes a zero tolerance policy with regard to discrimination, and it requires a chief diversity, equity, and inclusion officer who will be responsible for overseeing a hiring process in the state government. And it also has in it an equity advisory committee that would be managed by the chief, let me get the title right, Chief Diversity, Equity, Inclusion Officer. It establishes within CHRO Office of the Racial Justice Ombudsman, who will be given duties related to hiring and training state employees. And I believe that sums up much of what's in here.
So moved.
Discussion. Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I spent a lot of time looking at this bill this morning, probably any more than all of the other ones, because I have to be honest, I found it somewhat confusing and also hypocritical in places. Section 1 is pretty straightforward. This is just the definitions of the bill. Section 2 goes on to say that each state employer shall adopt a zero tolerance policy that prohibits the use of managerial authority to discriminate or retaliate against employees who complain of discrimination in the workplace. And that's great. I am in full agreement. I support that sentence. I support this section completely. It has a relatively lengthy list of sanctions. In fact, the word sanctions is used on line 20. Performance sanctions and other sanctions against any managerial employee who dissuades or seeks to dissuade an employee from filing a complaint, etc. And I couldn't be in more agreement that we need to do everything that we can to punish anyone that would engage in racial or gender discrimination. And I certainly support those two sections of the bill. We get to section 3 and I start to have some problems with this language. Section 3 is a new section. This is the creation of a chief diversity, equity, and inclusion officer. I don't generally like to see those terms because I think that they are political terms. They're not necessarily used to describe actual policy. We may get into some definitions in a moment, but of course, I still don't have a problem creating this office. Certainly not something I would probably jump up and down about, but I'm not opposed to somebody who's got a job title. But when we get to the meat of this bill and what the responsibilities are of that chief diversity, equity, inclusion officer, and the commissioner of state agencies responsibilities in section 4 concerns me a little bit. Madam Chairman, I'm going to ask you a few questions. So I just want to make sure you're paying attention.
I was, in fact, I was very much.
I'm not suggesting you weren't, but I thought I would give you a heads up. It says within 30 days of the effective date of this section. So right away, the commissioner of each state agency shall address its diversity needs. Can you tell me what that means right off the bat?
I can tell you that one of the things that, and we had a lot of different people come in and talk about diversity, inclusion, discrimination, and the status of the Connecticut state workforce. And one of the things that we drew from that, and that is the basis for this, is that we want each agency to really think about and really be very intentional about addressing where it stands as an agency with regard to diversity. So I think what this says is it shall address its diversity needs, and it gives specific ways to do that we think will be helpful to the agency.
Well, I appreciate your response. I differentiate that from saying I appreciate the answer, simply because I don't think it was really an answer. I still don't know what diversity needs means. I mean, are those quotas? Are those a requirement that a certain state agency shall have a diverse workforce based on some parameters?
If we meant to say quotas, I think you would have seen that word here and it would have been defined. I think that we're suggesting that every agency of the state should be very intentional about addressing and looking inward to make sure that it is adequately representing the people of Connecticut in terms of our diversity as a state. So there isn't any specific formula or quota required.
I understand. I'm not trying to play gotcha. I'm just trying to understand. Each time I've heard you respond, though, you make it quite clear that the goal is to obtain a level of diversity. And I assume that means by race and gender. I certainly no one objects to diversity, but shouldn't the requirement for employment in the state be based on someone's qualifications for a particular job? This seems like we are not measuring state agencies' ability to deliver services to the state of Connecticut based on the quality of the workforce based on merit, but rather on diversity needs. And that's why I was asking this question, because it really seems pretty clear to me that there is a focus on making sure that we have a diverse workforce, not necessarily a qualified workforce. Am I wrong about that?
Senator Sampson, I absolutely don't think that we're suggesting that we not have a qualified workforce. I think if you look to the last sentence in that paragraph, it says such assessment shall be used to inform how such agency shall address any racial or gender disparities, including a review of such agencies' recruitment strategies. And I think what is clear is that we want to be sure that when we are hiring new employees, which, and the context is at a time when the state has a lot of vacancies. And so this is a good time, perfect time to look at how are our agencies recruiting employees and hiring. There's nowhere in here that it would suggest that we not look for qualified, well-qualified people to serve in state government.
I wasn't suggesting, Madam Chairman, that we were not looking for qualified people. I'm suggesting that this makes it quite clear that we're looking for qualified people that are also meeting the diversity needs of the state. I'll just go on. It says, each agency shall address its diversity needs by reviewing the state of Connecticut workforce, an analysis of representation. To me, representation means the number of people, and compensation means how much they're paid, equity, which I don't know if I understand the word correctly in this sentence, but I'm going to presume it to mean that everyone get paid equal regardless of race and gender, across gender and race ethnicity. So if you're doing an analysis of how many people and what they are paid across gender and race ethnicity, and that is tied to their diversity needs of the state, it seems quite clear that what you're trying to do is you're trying to have employees that represent a certain number, a quota of each race and gender combination. And you pointed out part 2 of this, which says, and conducting an assessment of each such commissioner's agency. And it says, as you quoted already, such assessment shall be used to inform how such agency shall address any racial or gender disparities, which basically says the assessment will be used to tell each agency what they must do to address racial or gender disparities, including a review of such agencies' recruitment strategies, which means that they'll have to change how they decide who they're hiring. I have to tell you, Madam Chairman, I can't remember seeing a more blatantly discriminatory or racist paragraph in our state government policy. And I've been here a while, and there have been a number of them. But this is quite clear that it is going to be, an analysis is going to be done of the Connecticut workforce to determine the race and gender of employees, and each state agency will be tasked with making a more diverse based on some person's satisfaction. Maybe it's this chief diversity, equity, inclusion officer, and that will be accomplished by telling these state agencies that they have to change their recruitment strategies and therefore hire people based on race and gender. It's quite clear. If you would like to correct my interpretation of these words, I don't see how anyone could find a different take on this. Let me make it quite clear that my only goal in addressing this paragraph is that I want to combat discrimination, not encourage it. This encourages discrimination. That's exactly what it does. And in fact, creates an agency and a person whose job is to use discrimination to determine the state workforce. Going on, subsection B says such assessment shall include, but need not be limited to, the recruitment and retention rates of women and people of color at such agency during the previous 5 years, but also such agencies plan for achieving an appropriate and fair balance in filling vacancies left by retiring employees. What, in this context, Madam Chairman, is appropriate and fair balance? What does that mean?
I think much of what's referred to here goes back to reviewing the document, the study that was done called the State of Connecticut Workforce and Analysis of Representation and Compensation Equity across gender and race ethnicity. And it is not a document that instructs or sets quotas or sets even guidelines. It's a document that reflects where we are as a state in terms of our state employment. And it was, I think in that context, what it suggests here is that it's asking every state agency, not creating a new state agency, but it's asking every state agency to look at their hiring practices in the context of where we are as a state. Does our state workforce reflect our population with regard to race and gender, both in terms of the number of people that fill the positions, but also the wages and compensation that people are receiving. I think what we're looking for is to be to make sure that we as a state, by the way, I do want to say, I think we do a lot of things very well in the state, but we are looking to make sure that we can be even better in terms of addressing any disparities or inequities that have existed.
Well, I appreciate the answer, Madam Chairman, but my question was, what is appropriate and fair balance?
Going back, I think if you connect it to the study that was done, the agencies will have a pretty good idea of where they stand relative to other agencies in the state and state government.
This basically, it says such assessment shall include, but not limited to, and it says such agencies plan. So each agency is going to have to develop a plan for achieving an appropriate and fair balance. Appropriate and fair balance of what? Maybe I can ask that question. Maybe that'll help us.
I think during the meetings of the task force, we did learn that agencies already are attempting to do this, to make plans to make sure that their workforce is representative. And so this would put this requirement in that agencies plan to make sure that they have appropriate and fair balance in filling vacancies.
A representative of what? I assume you're talking about the number of people by race and gender that is in some sort of relative amount to the population of the state. Is that what you were saying?
I believe that was one of the conditions that was in that study. One of the, not conditions, but one of the aspects that they looked at.
You see the danger of what's happening here, Madam Chairman, which is that it's perfectly acceptable to go and do a study and determine what the racial and gender makeup is of the state as a whole, and to compare that with the state workforce. So what? And I got no problem with that. That's what this thing is. But there is a whole other thing when you take that information and then you go back to the state agencies and you instruct them to go ahead and address any racial or gender disparities, including a review of such agencies' recruitment strategies. You are effectively telling them to commit racial discrimination and gender discrimination when you do that. And when you ask for the assessment, it's quite clear that now the assessment has to include the agency's plan for how they're going to remedy that difference. The fact of the matter is that people should be judged based on merit and merit alone. We should not be trying to determine that any state agency in the state has got to mimic the makeup of the state of Connecticut, and certainly not at the expense of hiring the best qualified individuals for the job. This goes back to a major concern I have with a lot of far left, I would call it, policy decisions that suggest that somehow discrimination in the modern era is somehow acceptable because it makes up for discrimination in the past. All discrimination is wrong. It was wrong In the past, it was wrong yesterday, it's wrong today, and it will be wrong tomorrow. And to perpetrate more racial discrimination in the form of incorporating it into our state law is offensive. It really is. Section 5, there is established an equity advisory committee responsible for monitoring now whether the state agencies are implementing the recommendations issued in the study of equity in state government programs. And also whether the assessment goals based on Section 4, which is the thing we were just talking about, are being met. And then there's a committee that is established. I thought it was very interesting. I think the committee is kind of lopsided, but I do notice, and I appreciate that, Madam Chairman. It says that among the members, there is one member appointed by each ranking member. So Representative Acker, you and I will be able to get to appoint folks on this committee. So I'm looking forward to that situation. Section number 6 says there's established within the Commission on Human Rights and Opportunities an Office of the Racial Justice Ombudsperson. When I see justice attached to any other word, it means to me it's not justice at all, respectfully, because justice is blind. Okay, so and justice is simply justice. There is right and wrong in this world. There's not environmental justice or climate justice or even racial justice. It implies something opposite from justice. In fact, racial justice implies to me retribution or something of that nature. And that should not be what we're interested in. What we should be interested in is treating people as individuals and respecting them for who they are as people. I started reading this and I loved most of it. It says such a ombudsperson shall establish common working definitions for all key terms and descriptors to lay out the foundation for the work. And I love this. It starts out so well. It says institute a diverse slate initiative that assures that all state employees, applicants, regardless of race, creed, color, national origin, or any other protected class under the general statutes, are not disadvantaged among those prioritized for interviews for roles or positions using an external or internal hiring or promotional process that would require a hiring manager entity to screen. Perfect. If you end the sentence there, it is completely and utterly perfect. It basically says we do not engage in any type of discrimination. We do not benefit any gender or any race based on any category at all. Everyone is treated fairly. Why can't we stop the sentence there? Because it goes on and interview candidates using a standard anti-racist screening and interview protocol that scores applicant answers. Can you tell me, Madam Chairman, what it means to standard anti-racist screening?
I believe that references a screening tool that has been used to really reflect well on whether or not we are engaging in some unconscious bias. So I think there are tools that exist that will help us to make sure that we are not engaging in that continued unconscious bias that has led to discrimination.
Well, it says here that you're going to start by not screen or interview candidates based on any race, creed, color, national origin. All that's great. But then it says that they also must be screened and interviewed using a standard anti-racist screening. And because I saw this morning and I've only seen this word used in a political context, never in a policy document, and certainly not in something that is proposed to be a state law. I tried to make sense out of it, and it varies a lot. Anti-racist goes everywhere from describing a philosophy of being more than simply not racist. It's someone who's actively trying to prevent racism, all the way to people that believe that racism is acceptable to make up for racism and injustice in the past. And I'm curious to know what the definition here means, because I know there's no definition in the bill. And if it's the first part, I don't know that that's a necessary requirement for a job applicant to be an active opponent of racism. Simply not being racist to me would be satisfactory in my view. And certainly if that person is condoning some sort of racism, I would suggest that that's a reason not to hire them. It goes on to say, number 3, submit a theory of action and plan for making constant progress towards eliminating systemic racism in state government. There are certainly examples of systemic racism in our society. I will acknowledge that. All you have to do is look at how our major cities are managed to see that. We were just talking in the GAE committee the other day that the one significant thing that I think we ought to do to combat disadvantages that people who live in the major cities have is to get rid of the long lines that happen during election cycles. Because to me, that is something that we can easily do. And it's a policy I've been advocating for many years, because obviously it's a disadvantage versus someone who can walk right in and vote. Instead, someone else who lives in a major city might have to go stand in line for 2 hours at a time, and people will get discouraged and they'll walk away. So to me, that is an injustice. It's something we ought to fix. But let me just say, that being the case, I don't know that this phrase, submitting a theory and action plan for making constant progress towards eliminating systemic racism in state government and implementing strategies and structures to maintain a workplace and now this is where I get confused again, because now there's a bunch of language in here. And forgive me, Madam Chairman, I guess the thing that made me pick this bill out and start really taking a look at it is that the language that's in here is very common in political dialogue. If you're looking on social media or you're watching the talking head politicos, but we've always done a good job to keep this stuff out of our laws, because these words have mixed meanings depending on who's reading it. And I think that's dangerous. You want to make sure that our laws apply as our Constitution would require equally to all persons. And this bill concerns me because I feel it's undermining that in several ways. But maintain a workplace that affords, and then it says physical, racial, linguistic, and cultural safety. I can certainly understand what physical safety is, but I'm not sure what racial, linguistic, or cultural safety means. Can you help me understand that?
I think what we're drawing attention to there in this language is that it's the responsibility of the state to make sure that our workplaces are safe places for people who have cultural differences, people who have racial differences, people who have language or linguistic differences. And, I appreciate your comments and your intentions about ensuring that we are creating a workplace free of discrimination. I think that it's interesting in this conversation because I know some of what you think would make it worse. I think the people that are proponents of this, that have worked on this, because there was a task force where people really spent hours and hours of their volunteer time discussing these issues and coming up with these recommendations and this language. I think a lot of it was focused on experiences that people have had in state government. If there are better words to describe this, I'm sure we can find them together. But I think the intention is very clear that we want to make sure that in the workplace, in every office, in every setting that we have in the state, we want people to feel that we are maintaining, that we are conscious and intentionally making sure that there's nothing in the workplace that contributes to people not feeling safe because of their cultural differences, because of their language differences, because of their racial differences, and certainly because of their physical differences.
Well, I thank you very much for that comment, Madam Chairman, because I certainly am a strong advocate for combating racism and discrimination, and certainly gender discrimination as well. And I would like to help. This bill, it has many good parts. I thought that the section that concentrates on a zero tolerance policy and lots of very significant penalties for dissuading someone from making a complaint about a legitimate case of discrimination is an excellent thing to do. And I support it in its entirety. That section, we should definitely do that. I think that would pass out of this committee unanimously. I'm totally fine with that. And even the creation of a person, whether you call them a chief diversity, equity, inclusion officer or not, that, whose job is to do what I suggested was excellent language. Instituting a diverse slate initiative that assures all state employee applicants, regardless of race, creed, color, origin, and any other protected class under the general statutes are not disadvantaged, et cetera, et cetera. That's what we should be doing. But when you get into requiring that there's an anti-racist screening and that we have to address racial or gender disparities and modifying recruitment strategies, you are venturing very deeply off the rails into encouraging discrimination. And these things don't go together for me. And to leave a lot of these very vague sounding words in here, such agencies plan for achieving an appropriate and fair balance, a fair and appropriate based on whose recommendation. You're leaving it up to certain people to decide. Now, I gathered from this language and from the conversation that you and I have been having that the word quotas is a no-no, because we know that quotas is something that's unconstitutional. And that's why affirmative action policy throughout the last several decades has been in dispute, because some people argue that it's quotas and other people will not. And I understand that that's the reluctance here, but I can assure you, Madam Chairman, that the plain reading of this is quotas. You've said as much in your commentary that there is a racial and gender diversity in the state and that the workforce in the state needs to mirror that. Now, you can have that opinion, that's fine. I don't share that opinion because I don't judge people based on race and gender. I just want to hire the best person for the job, regardless who that is. I would care less if we had an entire female workforce in the state of Connecticut. Sometimes I think we might be better off. But the point is, we should hire the best person. We should not be focusing on race and gender in a way that empowers employees of the state to make determinations and recruitment strategies based on those things. I find it quite toxic. I'm not even done with this bill. Maybe I'll just leave it there. But there is more. Carrying on to the next paragraph, they talk about foster a workplace where managerial authorities are accountable to lead and model anti-racist practices. There's that word again. And make changes needed to ensure an anti-racist, equitable workplace for all. Okay, so why can't we just say an equitable workplace? Track and review the performance review and protocols, as well as performance reviews to identify discrepancies between white workers and Black and brown workers. I know those are words that, people will say is in discussion. I don't know that's the proper way to describe any potential employee of the state of Connecticut in a statute. I think it has the exact opposite effect of maybe the intent of the bill. Focus on specific and actionable steps that those with supervisory or managerial authority can implement within their workplace to eliminate their unconscious or conscious racial biases. I can understand that there are some people on the left who truly believe this worldview that somehow we've got to actively engage in this type of policy making to combat racism. But I will tell you that I see it as racism. Anyway, I don't want to get any further other than to just make the final suggestion, which is that I'm more than happy to work with you on this bill. If we can come to an agreement to go ahead and to expand ways to combat discrimination based on gender or race, I'm happy to help you do it. I'm happy to help you develop a program and a policy to do so. But it has to be devoid of quotas and a policy statement that basically says that we are going to try and create a recruitment strategy that uses race and gender as a factor. To me, that is unconscionable and completely in violation of our constitutional and just protections and civil rights that each and one of us cherishes. So I hope that we can continue this conversation, but I just can't support this bill with the language as it is. I see it in a completely different light than maybe some of the other people do on the committee. Even though I know we all are very much against discrimination. And I think that the use of some of this language like anti-racism and systemic racism and so forth, these are politically charged terms. And there might be a better way to do this so that the meaning is not misconstrued. And thank you very much for the opportunity.
I appreciate your remarks, and I also appreciate the invitation to continue working together on this. I think it is something that's really important, and we may have different ways of speaking about it. But if our intention is to get to the same place, then I think that's a positive direction. I know my understanding of what these words mean is very different from what you've just expressed. And the way I read them is very different than the way you've read them and the way you've expressed them here today. And, I don't want to go through it line by line and debate that, but I will say, the one thing that I do want to comment on briefly is the recruitment strategies, because I'm not sure that you and I are seeing that in the same way. I don't see it as developing a quota or requiring something obscure. I think it's probably very practical about making sure that when we're doing outreach into the community or into to look for prospective employees, even beyond our own state, that we're taking advantage of places that might lead us to more diversity, because we may have been overlooking some of those. So that's the way I read that, as something very important to consider. And I would hope that every employer would see that as a positive, not just the state. And I want to go back to what I said at the beginning. I really believe the intention here is not to say that the state is a terrible employer or doing terrible things. We don't believe that. In fact, we know from some of the studies that were done that as the state compares to employment generally in the state, we are considered a more diverse and a more equitable employer based on the fact that we do have standards that we've set through collective bargaining, through statute, that really equalizes pay across the board in many, many classifications, but there's more we can do. And I think that's what this bill is about. And I believe there are people, was I dropping my stuff? I was being so involved, I didn't notice I was pushing my purse onto the floor. I think that's the intention of the people that were involved in the task force. And the task force was made up of people from different agencies, departments of state government, different, state workers. And I think that it was a good discussion, and we didn't always find agreement, but we did come to these recommendations. So I hope that the conversation will continue, and it is certainly productive to talk through the bills in the way we have today. I don't think we are so committed to every word that's in this bill that's before us. If we can find other words that will get us to the same place. So I look forward to that. Representative Acker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I will be brief, actually. I think my colleague has brought up a lot of the concerns that are in this legislation. I just look at this myself. I think the state of Connecticut is doing a good job. And I'm looking at the numbers in front of me. When you have time to look up stuff, you look at and you actually can see where we're at in the state of Connecticut. State of Connecticut of white employees, we're about at in terms of hirees, right at the population. As opposed to who identify as Black, we're above the state in terms we have more those identify as Black than the population statistics. We're light on Hispanic and we're up on Asian. We look at over the past 5 years, we've hired our women employment is up. We seem to be doing things right. And we seem to have a direction, I believe, in our departments that are actually have a process that's moving forward in the right direction. I'm not sure why, and I know each department has a affirmative action plan that they must maintain and update. And so I'm not sure why we just didn't take that direction. Why we just didn't look at what they're currently doing and then just adjusting that as necessary rather than come up with a comprehensive legislation here. And so that's kind of where I'm at pause is if it's not fixed, I mean, if it's not broke, don't fix it. If what we're doing, let's identify what is good in what we're doing and make sure that we continue that moving forward. I do have a concern on just kind of the mandate parts in section 4. And maybe I think you're going to respond to my comments, but also maybe also answer this. This seems like a very short time frame for the office upon effective upon passage. Within 30 days of the effective date of the section, the commissioner of each state agency shall address its diversity needs. And again, that I have paused with the diversity needs. By reviewing the state, Connecticut workforce, I think it's pretty easy to find that. But it seems like a short time frame to do that upon passage. So maybe there's some thought at extending that to a further out date, and then who's assigned? How are they going to get that accomplished? So we do a lot of we mandate a lot on our commissioners. So I would just say that was an area that I thought maybe it was a little short in terms of time if we're looking for this information. Your thoughts?
Well, a couple things. I think in terms of the 30 days, I can't speak for everybody in the legislature on the committee, but I think that's always something that's worthwhile to discuss if a time frame doesn't work, and we've done that in this committee before many times. In terms of the fact that there are assessments already required, I think part of the problem that has been identified is that you create a plan and an assessment, and then you don't have anyone there to coordinate it or to evaluate it or to really make sure you're staying on track. And I think that's the purpose of having a chief diversity. One of the reasons to have someone it's their responsibility to make sure that's getting done. And for the same reason, I think having an ombudsman in the CHRO, because we want to pay particular attention to discrimination claims by employees. And so I think the essence of this is good. And I think it would bring us to be an even better employer. And I do appreciate your having looked into the statistics about our employment, which were statistics that were brought to our attention as well during the task force. But I also recognize that that data doesn't necessarily reflect as well as it could on what levels of employment we have, what jobs are being filled, what is the compensation level of, comparable. I think if you're in the same position, you're getting the same compensation. That right away is a very, very positive thing. But whether or not we have that spread of employees in that diversity that's already exists in the states or could be improved in the state, if people are employed in ways that it also reflects what people's strengths and capabilities are.
Thank you. And I appreciate that. I think hires is one thing, right? Because you can look at hires, it's who's applying though, right? That's one of the things that when you look at, if you look and say, well, in this position, I had, we hired a, white male in that, I said, and we hired that person. What was the application? That the applications that were priced, that's a hard thing to track and follow. It's like who's actually, so if individuals of race or other gender didn't apply or they didn't have the same level of as been mentioned earlier, skills, So those are things you also got to look at. If we have, standard, white males in our engineering department, because they've been, going in engineering for years, and we don't have, so just an area that, you also got to take into consideration who's actually applying and for what level of jobs that they're applying for. I think if you look at our commissioners in the state of Connecticut, it shows that we have a strong women contingency in that area. So I just look at overall, you got to take a lot into consideration and go from there. But I think I think Connecticut's doing a better than good job at making sure that we have a diverse workforce. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for those comments. And I do appreciate you pointing out the commissioners that we have here in the state, because one of the things that was brought up during the task force is the tendency for people who are in positions of hiring to hire people who are like them. And that just continues a problem if you're not actually considering fairly all of the qualifications a person brings. So I think, it really reflects on what you both said. We want to make sure that when people are looking at job applicants, that they are not just going with what's most comfortable or familiar, because they're looking at to hire somebody that looks and talks and speaks in the same language. And I also think it goes back to the strategies for recruitment, because I just think that what I read that to mean and what I've heard that to mean is that we need to be very conscious that we're looking to recruit people, to just look at our recruitment strategies and see where are we going when we're posting jobs, when we're reaching out in the community or in a university setting. Are we looking in the right places? And I don't think that, I think that's what it was intended, but I could stand corrected if that's not what was intended, or if that's not what the words will actually translate to. So, I think there's been a lot said here that we can work with. Any other comments? Okay, seeing no hands, then I will ask the clerk to call the roll.
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion duly made and seconded on agenda item 11, House Bill 6861, an act adopting the recommendations of the task force to study the state workforce and retiring employees. The motion is to JFS the bill to the floor, and the relevant LCO is 6291. Senator Kushner.
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Representative Sanchez.
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
Representative Wilson.
Representative Wilson votes yes.
Senator Cabrera.
Senator Cabrera votes yes.
Senator Sampson.
Sampson is no.
Representative Ackert.
No.
Representative Belton.
Representative Belton votes yes.
Representative Hall. Representative Hughes.
Representative Hughes votes yes.
Senator Lesser. Senator Lesser. Representative Weir.
Rep Weir is no.
Representative Yacarino.
Representative Yacarino is no.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. And we will move on to the next item on our agenda. And that would be House Bill number 6862, an act concerning broadband construction and the prevailing wage. This is the JFS to the floor. It's LCO number 6236.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. I love this committee because they don't even wait for me to ask for a motion. In case I might forget, like I have before, keep me on track. Thank you. This bill requires applicants who meet certain labor-related criteria to be prioritized for receiving grants from the Broadband Internet Access Service grant programs. It requires applicants to the program to disclose certain information to the DEEP Commissioner when they apply, and extends certain prevailing wage requirements to broadband installation projects funded with grants from the program. The S language removes provisions that would have required the DEEP Commissioner to prioritize awarding grants to projects that meet certain upload or download speeds, consider a project's scalability infrastructure, prefer fiber optic technology, and only awards grants to non-fiber technologies under certain limited construction circumstances. So I do want to comment briefly that this bill was brought to our attention that there hopefully will be a fair amount of federal dollars coming to the state under the infrastructure programs and the broadband programs that we would expect to see broadband expanded considerably in the state. And this bill, it seeks to extend prevailing wage to those workers who install the broadband. I think one of the things that has come up in discussions is that we haven't, typically the broadband that has been the installations of telecommunication networks has been done in the by private sector employer, within the private sector. It hasn't been funded publicly. We know that in our state, we have prevailing wage programs and standards that deal with public monies. And when they're spent, we want to make sure that prevailing wages are maintained. This bill extends prevailing wage to a part of the industry that previously has been limited to private sector. And so this would only apply with federal dollars, with dollars that are state or public dollars, not with the private sector. So with that in mind, I will open the floor to any comments or questions. Representative Acker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And, first, I believe that these are well-paid jobs to start with. So I don't think that the prevailing wage piece is really a discussion on it. One point I do have is I think that the prevailing wage would have to be established. I don't think that's established. Is that correct through you, Madam Chair?
I believe that the Department of Labor would have to establish a prevailing rate, prevailing wage rate, most likely for this work, and would know, but I believe the Department of Labor would know how to do that since that's what they do all the time.
Yeah, I'm interested in seeing that. That'd be an interesting component of it. And when somebody weighed in, that should probably be similar to the electrician rates, which would probably be similar, I would think, in workload. I do have a couple concerns in the first section. And first and foremost, I want to make sure that it's understood that I think that these should be well-trained technicians. We're investing a lot of money, or someone's investing a lot of money, all of us that pays taxes, but it's coming from federal or state, in the job that we expect to get done, and that it's done by well-qualified individuals and done properly the first time. But I'm looking at the beginning section line 17, actually 18 and on. I would think that could say, and that's what some area that I'd like to work on, that said applicant provides robust training programs to its workforce who will be performing the contract that contains requirements that are tied to the titles. Or why couldn't it say or in a well-trained staff? So in other words, you could hire people that are already well-trained, that are, have the specific license that maybe fall under there, telecommunications license or something along that line. So that's an area that I think could be adjusted slightly. You don't literally have to have your own training component, because you could have hired people that are licensed for this field and use them. If you have a company, like I have a company, I don't train mine, they come to me trained, and then there's additional training going along the way. So that's an area that I think could be adjusted. B, I agree with that section where it deals with occupational safety, that you have to be certified by occupational safety and health. And then the third piece, number 3 of that section, line 22, who will perform the contracted funded by the program using directly employed workforce. So if it's just, there's maybe different components to this that might just not be a telecommunication worker, line worker, that there has to be some other outside work done, whatever that may be. Maybe poles installed, maybe ground supports installed, something along that line. So this doesn't say that you could outsource, if somebody that may not be in your company. So that's an area that I think could have some, broader, employed in your workforce and or qualified contractor with the state of Connecticut or something along that line that does a specific task. And then 4, that are able to demonstrate that said applicant has programs to promote training and hiring pipelines for underrepresented communities. Again, you may not have a training of piece, but you have advertised for workers in these areas to come work for you. So that's a couple of the sections that I have a little concern on, and that I think it narrows, tightly narrows who's going to be able to, fit this categories. So, and then that, when you have less people bidding the work, it's, you may have, not the best, your dollar doesn't go as far. Let me put it to you that way. So in that sense, of 43 through 54 lines, this point system, I have never seen a point system used. Where is that derived from through you, Madam Chair?
One moment. I'll have to check, but I believe some of this comes from the federal government in terms of what they've laid out as how these programs should be implemented, but I'm not confident of that. So I can get back to you on that.
Well, thank you. So today I am going to support this with the comment that the chair and I will have a long debate if we don't get a little bit of adjustment on this on the floor. And I would never do. I just want to make sure that we are making sure that we have as many qualified, and I'm saying that qualified contractors able to bid on these projects that are well-trained, are going to work in a safe manner, going to provide a great product, and get paid the prevailing wage. So again, I will support this moving from here and look forward to some adjustments. And I'd be happy to work for those that are proposed legislation, have worked on it, and help me understand a little bit better. And I'm looking forward to that. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Ackert. Any other comments? Representative Weir.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I have given this a great deal of consideration, looked over the new language that we received, and I wanted to just start out to say that I'm aware of issues with contractors installing this cable. It's been on the news. There have been fines handed out. In some cases, out-of-state contractors, and the allegations are, to my recollection, poor work product, unreliable, missed deadlines, perhaps some safety violations. So I'm aware of all those. I wanted to just, having said that, the way that this legislation is written is quite cumbersome, and I want to go through the areas that I take issue with, and I think today, I won't be supporting it, but I would be willing to support it if we can get some clarity and streamline to make sure that this is the best product that's going to ultimately, the ultimate goal is to get this broadband in the ground, get the communication to the people, to the end user. in a reliable and safe and efficient manner. So that's the goal that we're after. So I'd like to, using that as the goal, then we can talk about how to get there. I don't think this bill does it as it is. Want to go back to, I don't think this was answered, but Rep. Ackert asked on line 18, talking about the robust training programs. Madam Chair, are you aware of any standards that would be associated with those? Typically, Representative Ackert mentioned licenses or certifications. I'm thinking a little bit differently that, when somebody comes out of a training program, there should be some sort of, in my mind, there should be some sort of standard that can be referenced. Because robust, I don't know what that, I mean, I know what it means, but I don't know what it means. And so, I would want, I would think that there would be some standards that are associated with this. Are you aware of any that have been proposed?
I do. I have heard some discussion about the word robust before we got here to this meeting. And I think that it's likely we could come up with a better descriptor in more statutory language. But I do think what's being referenced is that in the trades, and you all are experts much more than I am, but I'm aware that in the trades, there are many, in most trades, there are very specific and well-developed training programs that exist in order to ensure that the people who are, brought into this work are safe and well-trained. And so I think that we want to make sure that we're doing the same in this new area that hasn't yet been, we don't have those standards in place as we have had in the other trades, but we want to make sure that training and proper training is a part of what is required.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I went through this several times. I may have missed it, but what I didn't see in here was any consideration. I see in some contracts where there'll be a preferential treatment or a certain, if you're going on a point system, and again, to Representative Ackert's, I don't recall taking part in a point system, but I know the consideration was given for a local contractor. So what I don't see in here is any consideration given for an in-state contractor versus out-of-state, since the work will be performed in Connecticut. Did I miss that, or is there any consideration, or could we consider adding that into the bill, Madam Chair?
I don't recall seeing it in there. I think if that's something that we could certainly discuss.
Okay, then lines 22 and 23, number 3 talks about who will perform the contract funded by the program using a directly employed workforce. And I'm going to take a little bit of a different tact from Representative Ackert. To me, that directly employed means it's a W-2 employee, as far as I can tell. And so I would like to see what consideration has been given for subcontractors who could work under the general contractor.
I think the way this is drafted, it does clearly talk about directly employed. And I think that there are good reasons for that. I think we've heard in a lot of situations where there have been problems with subcontractors. We've had so much discussion of that, even this session and other legislation. But I think that clearly, I know Representative Ackert pointed out there might be a contractor who could do most of the job, but there was one component that they couldn't do. Certainly, we can have continued conversation about that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to take a little, again, differentiate. I understand that, maybe the pole, or there's some landscaping, or there's some trench work that may not be done by maybe a specialty landscaper would be the better. I'm talking about, and what I'm getting at here is there's a lot of work to be done. And we talked earlier about some of the policies that I talked about being punitive to a larger company. And in this case, it seems to benefit a larger company, larger contractor, without consideration for a smaller company who may be able to, meeting all the criteria, safety, training, experience in this field, but who brings in subcontractor, or maybe partners up with another contractor to, where 5 and 5 make 10. And now, now you're a highly trained company, but you're working with another company to get this work done. And it allows, in my mind, not in my mind, in my experience, it allows for a smaller company to flex, to take a larger workload for a single duration project versus, maybe a company that employs 100 or 200 or 1,000 people. Madam Chair, I would like just some clarification on that. Why no consideration for subs? All things being equal, safety, of course, that's paramount. Work history, delivery, all that. All things being equal, no consideration for subcontractors.
Thank you, Representative. I did think I saw something in here, but I'm not finding the line that referenced the ability to use subcontractors if necessary, but I can't find that right now, but we can continue to look at that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll go down to line 43 and want to talk about the point system again. Some of those criteria I've not seen before. Some I have. When we talk about safety, a real good way to measure safety is through a workers' comp modification experience rating. And I don't know, that's a real easy document to produce. We've been subject to, criteria where we've had to produce that showing that you've got a history of a lot of claims or no claims, and you're assigned a number based on your experience history. And so I would think if we're trying to measure safety, that would be a real simple way to get there. And I don't think any looking here to see, if there's any points awarded for safety. Even though it talks about on line 21, said applicant requires occupational health and safety training, but in the point, could be wrong, but I don't see any points awarded for a safety history.
I'm sorry, I missed your question. I was distracted for a moment by your good colleague.
Madam Chair, I would like to repeat that on line 43,
Mhm.
it talks about the commissioner shall award grants based on a point system. It goes through the criteria. It referenced safety on line 21 in a training program, but I don't see any points given for a safety criteria. I see fair labor practices, broadband equity, inclusive of subsection. So I want to just point out that the one easy way to measure a company's safety history is to ask for their insurance, workers' comp experience modification. It's a number assigned based on whether you've made claims, whether you've had workers injured or not. The lower the number, the safer your work history, and it goes back over, 3 to 5 years. So it's a snapshot, not just today, here's where we are. There's a number based on how you conducted yourself over the past few years. So it would be a suggestion to make that part of the criteria. That it's not subjective, it's an objective number. And everybody's got one if you've got insurance.
I have noted that, and I did hear you say the workers' comp
Okay.
piece. I do want to go back to the issue of subcontractors, and if you look at line 86, actually it starts on 83, whether the workforce is directly employed by the contractor or whether the proposed work will be performed by a subcontracted workforce. And then in 86, it says the subcontractors with whom the contractor plans to subcontract with, if any, in carrying out the proposed work. And it goes on further. So there is a reference there to subcontractors. And I think that addresses a question that you asked, and also Representative Acker.
Okay, yeah, I see that. I didn't pick up on that before, but it seems like it's in conflict with line number 22. So I'm glad that you pointed that out. I just want to make sure that we don't have conflicting language. At the end of the day, we want to try to make this as simple, easy to follow, easy to conform, easy to understand. So thank you for that clarification. I guess the next question is why does this project have why does this grant have prevailing wage? Why was that included into the criteria, Madam Chair?
I think really that is the essence of this, that while we're moving into a new area of work for the state and federal government that will be taking on work that has previously been pretty much conducted in privately and without public funds, that we want to extend the same prevailing wage rates system that we have in place for other trades and other similarly publicly funded projects.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will point out that Council of Small Towns, CCM, which together make up, I think, all but 2 or 3 of our municipalities, and CBIA all opposed this. CCM noting that prevailing wage could add up to 20% over in additional costs beyond non-prevailing wage. And so I think when we're trying to get this out to as many people as we can, underserved communities, unserved communities, I would think we would take a priority to make sure those dollars would stretch as far as we can. So if we're right off the bat starting a project 20% more than an equal project, same work, same workers across the street working non-prevailing wage, perfectly happy with the pay they're getting. I take issue with making this when we're trying to be as efficient as effective. So the feedback was that this would be more expensive to the town and city budgets. They would get less for their dollar. And noted that you limit your contractors who are comfortable working in that environment. I know we've bid prevailing wage jobs, and I only could take a couple of them because it's not the environment that we work in. The reporting is cumbersome. You have some employees on Monday doing this job at 1 hourly wage. The next day they're working on a prevailing wage job, and you're trying to manage that. So the feedback from all 3 of those entities was that it's cumbersome. You may limit your pool of applicants, which I, for one, we stopped bidding them because it was just more aggravation than it was worth from my perspective.
Can I just respond briefly to that? Because I do think that, as a state, we have, not everybody agrees with it, but we have set policy for a very long time in our state to have publicly funded jobs have with them a prevailing wage system, a rate system that I think we have, as a state, said we believe that ensures that we get better quality jobs, and you can disagree with it, I'm sure you would, but that is part of the goals. But the goals are also to make sure that we have a workforce here in Connecticut that is compensated well, and that these are really important jobs, as you know, and prevailing wage also helps to ensure that we're creating a standard in the industry that means that people have good wages and good benefits. And I think that benefits the state, not just the workers, but the state in terms of having a workforce that's skilled, trained, and well paid and well, compensated. So, that's the policy of the state, has been for a long time. And I think this just extends it to an area that hasn't been previously engaged in public sector, in publicly funded work.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't want to go setting a precedent. I think certainly there are my experience has been working for certain state and municipal projects under a certain dollar threshold. The prevailing wage is not required. So I know we've worked on city and over a certain dollar threshold it is, but it's my experience that not all jobs, whether municipal or state, are prevailing wage. So I would like to give consideration that if we have leeway there, that pay is great, but if our cities and towns are struggling with their budgets, which is what I hear from my 5 small towns in Eastern Connecticut, every dollar counts. And so to spend 20% more before shovels in the ground, based on a policy that we have the opportunity to determine here, I would like that to be given consideration, to make sure that the people who are going to be the end users, the recipients of this services, that's going as far as it absolutely can. And so when we cut out 20% of production, or they have to come up with it, that is a concern for me.
Representative Ware, I do think, I hope I'm correct in this, but the way this is written on line 5, we're talking about a grant program subject to the availability of state and federal funding. So I know the concerns that were expressed by the municipalities. I'm not under the impression that this is going to be money that's coming from their city funds, municipal funds.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So maybe I'll put it another way. So if we have enough money to cover 200 miles of fiber optic, 200 miles of fiber optic, but because we go prevailing wage, we're only able to do 160, 20% in additional costs for the same labor. Maybe I'm seeing that wrong. I could start out at 100 miles and say that we're only able to do 80 miles prevailing wage. That's how I see it, that they're just not getting, I understand that the funds aren't coming maybe from their municipal budgets, but they'll have less of their towns that may receive this if there are fixed funds. That's what I was getting at. And Madam Chair, I'm having trouble finding my spot, so I'll defer for now and I'd maybe just come back.
Certainly,
when I
thank you.
find my spot. Thank you.
Representative Ackert.
Thank you for the second time. And just want to make note that I actually like the provisions that were struck from this, by the way, the original language. Just so you know, I like that provision that we get the highest possible speed available. So just letting you know, on that piece, I might ask, we'll have some conversation on it going forward. So
Thank you so much for that comment, because I like that stuff too. The reason why it didn't appear here is because we did not want to step on the toes of the Energy and Technology Committee and didn't find it within our jurisdiction or cognizance. And but I do think that the bill presents an opportunity if folks in E&T decide this would be a good place to put some of that language. So we'll see how that develops. But thank you for making that comment. Representative Weir.
I found one last point I wanted to make when we're talking about subcontractors, and that's that, in these huge storm events that, we had the snowstorm and the windstorm expected last week, and they were bringing in trucks from Eversource was bringing in trucks from out of state. And we allow that, we encourage that, we need that. In fact, they boast about how many trucks we have coming up from down south. So I just want to, I want to point out that if we're looking for equal playing field, that we're looking for kind of measuring the same measures of success, then, I believe that if Eversource has a way, again, we want to give preference to a in-state company if we can, but that doesn't mean that the in-state company can't use subs from in-state. I'm not even saying that we have to go out of state, but I just want to make sure that point is that Eversource brings in subcontractors. We encourage it, allow it, and I would like to see the same consideration given here. Thank you. That's all.
I do want to respond briefly to that, because I think I like the idea very much of using in-state companies and employing in-state workers. I've always liked that idea, but I also believe that the comparison to Eversource is in situations where we are in storm conditions and people are doing repair work rather than installation work. And hopefully Eversource would be planning for installations in a way that we wouldn't have to bring in emergency crews. But I can't speak for Eversource, and I'm not in the Energy and Technology Committee. So I have very little direct knowledge of that, but just an interesting point. Thank you very much. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, then I would ask the clerk to take the roll, to call the roll.
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion duly made and seconded on agenda item 12, House Bill 6862, an act concerning broadband construction and the prevailing wage. The motion is to JFS the bill to the floor, and the relevant LCO is 6236. Senator Kushner.
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Representative Sanchez.
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
Representative Wilson.
Representative Wilson votes yes.
Senator Cabrera.
Senator Cabrera votes yes.
Senator Sampson.
Sampson is no.
Representative Ackert,
Yes.
Representative Belton,
Belton votes yes.
Representative Hall, Representative Hughes,
Hughes votes yes.
Senator Lesser. Senator Lesser. Representative Weir,
Rep. Weirs, no.
Representative Yakarino.
Yakarino, no.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Dave's loving the Zoom.
Thank you, and we will be holding votes open. And I would like to suggest that we hold our votes open until 6 p.m. Since I know this may be a little presumptuous, but most people have been here for most of the day. And we only have one bill left. But I could be completely off base with that. The last bill on our agenda is item number 13. And that is Governor's Bill number 984. And of course, I'm looking for it in my packet and I'm not finding it, which I'm sure it's here. I have it. Just hadn't turned my pages over. I have an order. Okay, an act accelerating the state hiring process. And this is the straight JF to the floor. And I do want to make, is there a motion?
So second.
It's been moved and seconded. And I want to make a couple of comments. This bill came to us from, as I mentioned, from the governor. And there were conversations with a number of state agencies. Interestingly enough, there's been a fair amount of agreement by everyone that we need to accelerate the hiring process. But we haven't yet found agreement on the best way to do that. This bill is a start. There have been conversations between the state agencies and the state unions. And I believe they are continuing those discussions. And I think we're asking that the committee JF this to the floor and that those conversations will continue. And I'm confident there are going to be ways to streamline our hiring process that meets all of our goals and our needs, but makes it possible for us to fill some of the vacancies a little more quickly. So with that, I will entertain any questions or comments. Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Yeah, no, I've been through this bill in some detail, understanding that it's very likely to change going forward. I'm going to support it today. I didn't see anything that disturbed me, and I look forward to seeing how it turns out. Certainly, we'd like to be included in the process if possible. But there's no reason to go through too much detail today. We've cleared out most of the room. There's just a few diehards left in here, and I've already texted people that I'm in labor 3 times to some unusual reaction, as you can imagine. So I encourage my colleagues to support this. Thanks.
That was funny. You promised that I would be laughing at the end of the day, and you were correct. Are there any questions? Representative Ackert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to also support this legislation, keying on an area that I'm happy to see in here in lines 348 through 353, that your military training counts toward, training that may be comparable to other areas of training that would have typically not had you allowed to be apply for the job or fit the job criteria. So I'm glad that that section was put in, and strongly support this legislation. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Seeing no hands, I would ask the clerk to take the roll.
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion duly made and seconded on agenda item 13, Senate Bill 984, an act accelerating the state hiring process. The motion is to JF the bill to the floor. Senator Kushner.
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Representative Sanchez.
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
Representative Wilson.
Representative Wilson votes yes.
Senator Cabrera.
Senator Cabrera votes yes.
Senator Sampson.
Sampson is yes.
Representative Ackert.
Yes.
Representative Belton.
Representative Belton votes yes.
Representative Hall. Representative Hughes.
Yes.
Senator Lesser. Senator Lesser. Representative Weir,
Rep Weir is yes.
Representative Yakarino.
Representative Yakarino, yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I know it's been a long day, and before people rush out of here, the last item usually on the agenda is to announce the date and time of another meeting. And you'll see that that is not on our agenda today, because with this meeting, we have completed our work in bringing out bills for consideration by both chambers. And this is the end. We've met our JF deadline. We could, of course, have meetings if there are bills referred to us. But I do want to take this opportunity to thank, first of all, I thank all the members of the committee. It has been it was a very difficult beginning to the work of this committee with the loss of our dear friend, Representative Q Williams, who we expected to co-chair this committee. And that was a very difficult time for all of us. And I appreciate all of the patience and the sensitivity of our leadership to allow us extra time to meet our JF deadlines. I also really appreciate the new chair, my colleague to my left, who I've enjoyed so much working with this very short but intense period of time, Representative Sanchez. And I also want to welcome again, Representative Kai Belton, who I know you came to us under very difficult circumstances. You too were a close friend of Representative Williams. And so I know that has been, this has just been a very difficult time, and one where I hope that Q would approve of everything we've done here and would be cheering us on. And I'm very glad that Representative Belton was able to also join us on this committee. Senator Lesser, who's a dear friend of Quentin, I know went through a lot of pain and emotion at the beginning of the session, as we all did. So that was the beginning. But I will say that I think that the committee has functioned incredibly well. People have rallied, people have come together, and we have really made some progress, I think, this session in what we've accomplished. But we could never have done that without our staff. And this is a moment that we like to recognize the people who have made all of this possible. And starting with our clerk, Cameron Clark. And Cameron was new to the committee as well. And man, you just stepped up and you just did an amazing job. But he didn't do it by himself. Sebastian Musante, who's sitting here, and I don't know if I pronounced your name correctly, but assistant clerk from HDO, and Gabriel Marquez, who's been with us before in this room, but I'm sure he's out there working somewhere, who's the HRO assistant clerk. Our LCO attorney, Heather Reeves. Oh man, you do such a good job. We really appreciate it. And John Moran and also Lee Hansen from OLR. These guys work so incredibly hard, and to the clerks and the assistant clerks and to our nonpartisan staff, we rely on them. We rely on you all so heavily, and it's been a pleasure working with you. You keep us on track. You correct us when we make mistakes, and you do it very gracefully. All of you, both sides. I'm looking at all of you because you've all corrected mistakes we made, but you do it gracefully and without embarrassing us, and without us making us feel too bad. So we have some other folks that are not technically on this committee, but I do want to mention them here. Haley Zawolinsky, my aide, who is really also new, but stepped up and helped out. Whether it was me or someone else on the committee or a clerk who needed the help, she was always there. And Megan Villanova, who is now newly assigned, and Chris Calabrese, and also Molly O'Connor, our policy staff. So I should also mention Greg Hannon, who's usually here, and Avery Geddes.
Yep.
Gaddis.
Sarah was assistant to Greg.
Oh, I've probably seen her on Zoom, but Sarah also. So I just think it's really been a really productive labor committee session. I know we don't all agree on everything. We haven't had unanimous votes on everything. We had a few though, which is pretty impressive. So thank you all for being here today. I feel very privileged to chair the Labor and Public Employees Committee. Thank you. Would you like to say something?
I think you covered it all. I just want to say thank you to everybody that is on this committee. It was not an easy task. Given who was supposed to be here doing the great work with all of you, but thank you all, and it's been a pleasure.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I don't want to keep people here longer than necessary, and you've covered all the staff, but I will thank everyone also, including the members of the committee, and you and your co-chair have been very good to work with. We don't agree on a lot of stuff. In fact, this may be one of the most politically charged committees in the legislature, maybe one of the most politically charged places on the planet. Who knows? But I certainly appreciate you as a person. The two of you have been nothing but cordial and respectful to me. You've listened. You haven't always done what I asked, but you've listened and respected my concerns, and that's all I can ask for. And I appreciate that very much, because sometimes this work is hard. Some committees, there's a lot more cooperation that is easy because everybody more or less agrees. But when you get to places where there are genuine ideological differences, it is super hard to maintain a good working relationship. And that requires an appreciation for other people's views and a mutual respect. And I think we have that. And I think we've been a good example, not just to other people and other legislators, but to the people on the street too, that you can disagree in a big way on a lot of things, and you can still appreciate and like people that you work with. So thank you very much for that, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'll start off by saying we probably don't agree with all the content of the work that we do here, but we can agree on the staff that we have, the colleagues that we work for, that we're here to get our work done. And I got to say that I've been on many committees for years, and I just want to think that the collaboration and the openness of dialogue that we had, the chairs and ranking and Representative Sanchez stepping in a tough situation, that been open, straightforward with us. We knew where we stand on things, and where we knew that there's things that we can work on, and to our staff and Cameron and his partner there, that our work's not done. So just keep that in mind. We're going to keep working. We're going to work right through the end of session here. So I look forward to that work that we've done and continue to do so. So thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And my aide is at the door with our intern. And I do want to thank Rebecca and Michaela. Michaela's on break, but they've also been very helpful. And so with that, we will stand in recess until 6 p.m. Thank you very much.
It's not 6 p.m. yet.
We have a half hour.
But I got my GAE ready. So you know,
Good.
I don't have to wait till 6 p.m.
Well, we've been much better. Since we played.
I'm just, doesn't matter now. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you. You too.
Good one. See you guys. You guys soon.
Thank you. I'm sure we'll see you again before this is over.
I've got votes from several people still open here, so I'm just going to read through the bills on the list and see if we can get everyone at once. Item number 1, that is 489, an act limiting the days an employer can mandate an employee to work. Senator Cabrera. Okay. Representative, actually Hughes I have here. Senator Lesser, I see you on the call, but I don't. Okay. Representative Yacarino.
No, and number 1.
Item number 2, House Bill 5856, an act concerning a study of state marshals' health benefits. JF to the floor. Senator Cabrera.
Yes.
Senator Lesser, still don't see here. Representative Yacarino.
Yes.
Item number 3, House Bill 6273, act concerning disclosure of salary ranges on public and internal job postings. JF to the floor. Senator Cabrera. Representative Yacarino.
No.
Item number 4. Oh, 1 second here.
1 second here, my audio just cut out.
No, it didn't. Okay, sorry about that. Item number 4, House Bill 6362, Act concerning advanced energy companies in the workforce. JF to the floor, Senator Cabrera. Representative Yakarino,
Yes.
item number 5, Senate Bill 1121, an act concerning care for kids provider rights. Representative Yakarino.
Yes. I
Did I
think
hear
I'm
that?
all set there. Can
I'm
you hear me?
sorry.
Yes?
You vote yes. Okay, thank you.
I think I'm done, right?
That was on 5. No, I still have you on number 6.
Oh,
So if you just give
sorry.
me
Thank
one
you.
moment here.
Thank you, Cameron.
Agenda item 6, Senate Bill 1179, an act amending Connecticut paid family medical leave, JFS to the floor. And that is LCO 6238. Senator Cabrera, I have you. Representative Hughes. Representative Hughes is yes. Representative Yakarino.
No,
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
no.
Thank you.
Thank you, Cameron.
I think that's the last one I need from you, Representative Yakarino.
Thank you for all your help.
Yep. Next one, item number 7, Senate Bill 1180, an act concerning rideshare and delivery driver minimum standards, JFS to the floor. LCO 6237, Senator Cabrera. Okay. Yep. Just seeing here. Okay. Item number 8, an act concerning the Labor Department, JFS to the floor, House Bill 6789, LCO 6240, Senator Cabrera. Okay. Agenda item number 9, I've got you. Okay, got a couple more here. Agenda item number 9, 6791, an act concerning unemployment benefits for adjunct higher education faculty, JFS to the floor, LCO 6244. Nope, I have Representative Belton. My apologies. I thought that was agenda item number 10, 6859, an act concerning predictable scheduling, JF to the floor, Senator Cabrera. Representative Belton.
Yes.
Okay.
Is that my only one that I missed?
I believe, just give me one moment. Yes, that's all the ones I need from you. Thank you.
Thank you, Cameron.
You're very welcome.
Senator Lesser, can you hear me?
Hi, Cameron.
Hello, Senator Lesser.
Hi, sorry to keep you waiting.
That's all right. I wasn't sure if that was actively you, because at one point there was two of you,
It
but
wasn't, I drove away for an hour, but that's okay.
I'm just gonna go, no, not yet. I've got, do you want me to just go through? I'll just go through the numbers. Agenda item 1, that's Senate Bill 489.
I'm in the affirmative.
Okay, just tell me if you want the title.
Yeah, I do actually.
Okay, that's fine. Senate Bill, or number 2, House Bill 5856, Act concerning a study of state marshals' health benefits. JF.
Yes.
Agenda item 3, House Bill 6273, Act concerning disclosure of salary ranges on public and internal job postings. JF to the floor.
I'm a yes.
Oh, I actually already had you on that. Apologies.
Thought I voted for that.
Well,
but-
I'll skip. I was gonna say I'll skip the ones that's have. Yep. Almost here. Agenda item 11, House Bill 6861, an act adopting the recommendations of the task force to study the state workforce and retiring employees. JFS to the floor. LCO 6291.
Yes.
Okay. Agenda item 12, House Bill 6862, an act concerning broadband construction and the prevailing wage. JFS to the floor. LCO 6236.
Yes.
Okay. And item number 13, Senate Bill 984, Act accelerating the state hiring process. JF to the floor.
Yes.
Okay, that's all. That is all of them.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator. Hello, Representative Paul.
Yes, how you doing?
Good. I'm gonna go down the list. Do you want the full titles or just the bill numbers?
Bill numbers are fine.
Okay, item number 1, Senate Bill 489.
Yes.
Okay. Item number 2, bill number 5856. JF to floor.
Yes.
Agenda item 3, House Bill 6273. JF to the floor.
Yes.
Agenda item 4, House Bill 6362. JF to the floor as amended.
Yes.
Agenda item 5, Senate Bill 1121. JF to the floor.
Yes.
Agenda item 6, Senate Bill 1179. JFS to the floor.
Yes.
Agenda item 7, Senate Bill 1180. JFS to the floor.
Yes.
Agenda item 8, House Bill 6789. JFS to the floor.
Yes.
Agenda item 9, House Bill 6791. JFS to the floor.
Yes.
Agenda item 10, House Bill 6859. JF to the floor.
Yes.
Agenda item 11, House Bill 6861. JFS to the floor.
Yes.
Item number 12, House Bill 6862. JFS to the floor.
Yes.
And agenda item 13, Senate Bill 984. JF to the floor.
Yes.
Thank you, Representative.
Have a good night.
You too.
Bye-bye.